Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Boosting SaaS Products with new technologies in 2024. And I'm the co-founder and CEO of Glorium Technology. We'll be doing an introductory speech now. I thank all uh, um, the speakers and uh, people who are joining in. Uh, I'm Moritz. I'll be hosting the event. And it's here on the Andrei on the Boosting SaaS Products with New Technologies 2024 uh, uh, conference, and with that we're going to look and understand what current technologies is the leading in one of the side of looking forward to. This is a quite interesting topic. Uh, I'm very excited to host it. Looking forward to hear every speaker out there. The voice is clear. Okay. Let me see if I have something wrong. Uh, can you hear me?
Hello, hey everyone. So, welcome everyone to this year's edition of the Boosting SaaS Products with New Technologies Conference. We are all thrilled to have you all here today with us to discuss the latest trends and developments in the fields of SaaS. My name is Andrei Kasyanau, and I am a CEO of Glorium Technologies. And at Glorium, we help we help companies, mostly startups, to develop their digital products. And of course, we use a lot of new technologies, and that's one of the reasons why we organize this summit. And to talk on this topic a little bit more, not only we help to develop digital products, but we also help with product management, compliance, certification. We also do business consulting with the startups and other companies to bring them to the next level. And naturally, we hold many conversations with founders and product owners in this area. And all of them are always on the lookout. What else can help get them the competitive edge? So they're naturally looking toward all the newest and latest tech. And we're not just a single source of truth. Of course, we're talking to them, we're explaining, but there are many other good people out there who know it all. So we always have been seeking for other opinions and other information. And so basically, with marketing team, we decided to bring all those answers and all this information of the latest new tech into this event. And this is already a second time that we're doing this event. Last year, approximately at the same time of the year, but I believe it was in spring, in March, we did this event, and so this year it's a second try. So it was well received last year. Hopefully this year we're gonna be the same as productive as last year, and you will receive a lot of helpful information. Of course, there are many other conferences that focus on the topic of new technologies, and I personally enjoy attending these events and keeping up with the latest trends and technologies. However, the primary focus of our summit is on SaaS startups. And our goal is to provide startup founders, tech leaders, product owners, etc., with the ideas and an overview of new technologies that can be used to help them generate new ideas for their products and how to extend them and make them better. So, and to achieve this, we have invited speakers with practical experience to share their knowledge, opinions, and experiences straight from the trenches. And we hope to receive actionable advice from those who have already been there and done that. So, as you all know, new technologies like big data, data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they're becoming increasingly important for businesses of all sizes, especially for SaaS companies like yours. These technologies can help you gain valuable insights into the customer behavior, optimize the user experience, automate repetitive tasks, leaving you and your team with more time to focus on the important stuff. But what is more important is to give you a competitive edge over your competitors. Sorry. So, but it's not only about the technology, it's also about the data. As technology advances, the amount of data being generated is growing at an unprecedented rate. And it has become increasingly important for the companies to have the right tools and infrastructure in place to effectively manage and analyze this data. And it's actually interesting how the landscape changes. Previously, I remember it was probably like about 5-10 years ago, the trend was, and the biggest struggle was to gather the data, to somehow create an opportunity for the companies to collect the data from all the different sources and put them together. Now the landscape has changed. There are plenty of data already out there, and many of the companies have collected a lot of them on all the topics of their activity. And right now, the biggest challenge is on processing the data and making sense of this data. So pretty much the companies have completed this task of bringing the data in-house, creating the data lakes, data marts, whatever it is. Now, what do they do with it? And very often in my conversations with with founders and product owners of the companies, I hear this, that, yeah, we're sitting on the huge pile of data. Can you help us to monetize it? Can you help us to make it somehow beneficial for our company, for our product, for our clients? So, and I hope that so during the summit, hopefully we'll also be able to answer some of those questions. And in order to leverage you all of those technologies, we have invited those experts in big data and data science to share their insights and best practices. So hopefully we'll get some more information on this topic as well. And AI in particular has come a long way in the past few years and is slowly becoming a part of our everyday lives. So from chatbots and virtual assistants to predictive analytics and fraud detection, AI can help you improve customer experience and drive revenue growth. And of course, cut the costs. And we've invited leading AI experts to share their insights and best practices with you as well. So now to just a little bit to switch the topic, since we're talking mostly about not mostly, but we're talking a lot in this area about startups because they are usually consuming the biggest chunks of those new technologies, and they're the best at applying those new technologies. And now, if we consider the landscape right now, just to venture into this area, let me touch upon the funding. Of course, as you all know and you feel it, it's quite a gloomy picture at the moment. And we all know about the global drop in funding and tech layoffs. All of this has been happening, and it's not the best time right now that that startups are going through. So just to bring some numbers, according to Crunchbase, actually, global startup funding in 2023 clocks in at lowest level in 5 years. All in all, 2023 is the lowest for venture funding since 2018. So the boom is gone, basically. So the market is correcting, at least in this area. And the global startup investment in 2023 reached $285 billion, marking pretty much a 38% decline year over year, down from the $462 billion invested in 2022. And but according to the same report, excuse me, according to the same report, AI actually leads in the investment numbers. So while most industries were down year over year, AI was actually the largest sector to show an increase. Pretty interesting. And you heard all of those stories, and you followed everything what has been happening with AI in our industry. So you hear it's all over the news. And global funding to AI startups actually reached close to $50 billion last year, up 9% from the $45.8 billion invested in 2022. So the trend here continues with the growth. I don't know. Let's see what's going to happen in 2024. But we see that at least this area is very promising and is very resilient and keeps growing, not only holding up regardless of the overall drop in the funding. So, but unfortunately, all other new or relatively new technologies and sectors of the industry, they didn't show similar progress. So right now, AI pretty much is the only one that gives hope in the current year, strong hope. So, but at the same time, what's interesting, I'm looking at all those different reports. Yes, in startups, in funding, it's a gloomy picture. But if you take a look at the market reports that many different companies are publishing, it's an absolutely different picture. the report data are different, but I mean the numbers that everyone is predicting, but they all have a positive trend in common. So the overall economy is, at least in the US, is far from recession. Everyone has kind of has been afraid that we can fall into recession, but it looks like it's not happening, and the tech is growing. There is a positive trend in spending and revenue. So the entire tech industry is showing actually good numbers and information. So of course, everyone is free to make their own conclusions. But my opinion is that the new technology market is very resilient, and we clearly see it growing, and it will continue growing. The setback in the funding is temporary. I think, again, this is just my opinion. So the market is restructuring and adapting to the new trends in the global economy. But the big guys, I think, are going to be back soon, and it is only a matter of time when we start seeing the increase in the startup funding in new tech. It may be a different tech, but I think we'll get there very soon. But in the meantime, we will continue learning and testing the markets to find the best applications for the new achievements in tech. And our wonderful speakers are here today to help you in this journey. So, thank you, and thanks for being here with us today. And we hope that you find this conference both informative and enjoyable. All right. So back to Murat. I'm not sure if you're back here. You're back here. Yeah, over to you. I can't hear you, Murat.
You hear me?
Oh,
You
yeah.
must be hearing me now.
Yes.
Without
Now
trouble.
I
Sorry
hear you.
about that. Hi, Andrei. Thank you very much for the introductions, and sorry about my technical issues in the beginning. And
Happens.
yeah,
No
Glorium
problem.
Technologies has been leading this seminars, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to hear from a great speaker set and first-hand experiences on the upcoming technologies in 2024. What are we looking for? Um, Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. So let's go on.
So this session is recorded and it will be published. Just follow our LinkedIn site from Glorium Technologies. So all the sessions, all the speakers will be there, and it will be published for that. There was a question on it. Let me introduce the first speaker, Boaz Bernder, Head of the Innovative SaaS Engineering, AI, and Architecture at Autodesk. And he will explore how AI's integration is revolutionizing software development process, fostering innovative solutions, and fundamentally altering our progress and methodology in the tech landscape. I'm looking forward to hear from it. Here you go, Boaz.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Very clear.
Very clear. Thank you. So I'll just jump in and share my screen. Do you guys see my screen? Presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's do this. All right. Now you should see it.
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Murat. Thank you guys for inviting me to speak here. I'll just jump in. My name is Boaz Brodner, and I will be talking about how AI is really much more than just chat, and how it is opening the door for new opportunities in software engineering, in the things that we do, and how we think about building solutions to our customers. So a few disclaimers before I just jump in. So specifically, I work for Autodesk. I'm a director of SaaS engineering, AI, and architecture. Deal with a lot of things, but specifically for this presentation, this is very much my own personal opinions. I'm doing this as a personal matter because this is an important matter for me. Slightly different than the things that I do on a daily basis. So take that as a personal opinion. Another thing is that this presentation includes a lot of generated content, so images and things like that you will see. I think it's a great ethical thing to start mentioning, explaining what is real and what is fake, because gradually things are becoming harder and harder to distinguish. So something for people to think about. Otherwise, just sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll just jump in. So a few things. One of the things that I always think about is how we build software, how we build capabilities, and how it can progress over time. So we've had a number of revolutions over time. One of the biggest ones that was really important for software engineering was the cloud. Getting into cloud really made a significant change to lots of companies, especially smaller companies, to being able to get their products faster, or even in general, get their products done in a way that large companies could do in the past. So if in the past, prior to cloud, companies or larger companies had the huge advantage of having large scale data centers, had the funding to rack and stack servers and create infrastructure prior to even getting $1 of revenue. The cloud really changed all of that. And that allowed smaller companies and anyone else to really run very quickly, build solutions incrementally, and deliver that to market. And that has been the shift over the past 10 or 15 years. Now we're seeing yet another significant shift with the introduction of AI. And I'll start with some things with some homework. So if you think about it, I'd like to give you guys some homework. Try to build some software with ChatGPT. Start by defining your goal or a short-term goal, and then ask ChatGPT to give you the steps to create that. It will actually tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. So if you need to create a chat application, you define that goal, and then you ask ChatGPT, give me the steps to create that. Then for each of these steps, ask ChatGPT to generate the code for that. You can define the language, you can define the environment, and so forth, and then run with that. Take that code, push that into your code base, and then test that. And then figure out whether or not you've reached the point that you wanted to reach. Is that chat application ready or not? Then define the next goal. I'd like to add 1 or 2 more features, and then ask for the steps to get there. Ask ChatGPT to give you the code for that. And the more granular you'll be in those steps, or smaller in these steps, the easier it will be to create those that application step by step as well. And that is one of the things that we see. And I do recommend to every developer to take the time to try it out on a smaller scale to really understand some of the things that I'll be talking about next. But in general, we're talking about small steps, small incremental steps, where the large language models like ChatGPT, or specifically ChatGPT, can help us roll this this circle of creation of software. And gradually, there are better tools to do that rather than just going into the ChatGPT interface and just typing in messages. So with that, let's start thinking about the next step. Is what about if we start to think about a human controlling a number of different agents that do these types of work? Okay, so one agent that is connected to a large language model is, for example, the product manager, and they are the ones defining the requirements. So you tell them, I'd like to get a product like that in this manner, and they figure this out, and they define the product requirements. The second agent could be a developer, and they get from the product manager the different use cases that they need to implement, and then they go implement that. They write the code. The third one could be a tester. The fourth one could be a DevOps engineer that defines the infrastructure itself. So think about that. Each one of those gets a task or a role, and they, in their own role, are the experts. And with that, I wanted to talk about a number of things that I'm seeing that are starting to come to market as trends. And those are the multi-agent solutions that run on top of large language models. Now, I took specific ones here, but there are a lot more that are coming right now. All of these are open sources. So TaskWeaver and AutoGen, those are actually open source from Microsoft. Each one has a slightly different approach to things, but in general, they are multi-agent frameworks that allow you to create higher level solutions or efforts to get something done. So TaskWeaver is more around the data analytics. So you can define a goal of creation or analysis of lots of data. So multi-agent that would do that. AutoGen is more of a general framework that allows you to gather data from lots of places and give agents the task to do something with that or to write some code to that. And Crew AI is very much the same as AutoGen. It does roughly the same thing with slightly different approach. I will talk today a little bit more in depth into GPT Pilot, which is more aligned towards a goal of building a full stack application using large language models. And how does that work? And what is the approach? So GPT Pilot takes the approach of specifying a number of different agents. So within its framework, it defines agents that have different responsibilities. One is the product owner agent that deals with the product owner responsibilities. So defining their requirements or breaking down the requirements and so forth. The architect that deals with the technical requirements, specifying those and telling the developers how to structure their code and their infrastructure. The DevOps agent takes those requirements and the architecture and sets up the environment for the full stack application. Technical lead agent deals with all the development tasks and breaks them down into granular tasks. And then there is a developer that writes the code. And that is the approach that GPT Pilot is taking. Now, remember that each one of these agents is connected behind it with a large language model. So if you ask, for example, the developer to take a small task, for example, to write a hello world application in certain language that does very specific things, it will actually go to the large language model, create that code, and gives you back that code. Same thing about a product owner. If a product owner gets a requirement from a user, myself in this example, then it is able to reach out to its large language model and figure out the user requirements. And that is the approach that we're starting to see. Now, future is going to tell us exactly how that's going to pan out. If that is going to be the actual way that people start developing. That's a very interesting approach. So when we dive into GPT Pilot, there is another extra small cycle within any task. So once a product owner defines everything and the architect defines the architecture and the DevOps engineer figures out the infrastructure, the development tasks are actually defined in very small tasks, incremental tasks. And this is very much along the lines of how humans create applications. We do that iteratively. And in this case, when we look at a specific task, and I'll show you on the next slide how it works in action, the developer gets a development task. It breaks it down to different steps even further. They implement code. They write that code. The tester agent runs the code or tries to write the code. If it works, great. Then they move on to the next step. If it doesn't work, it goes back to the developer and tells them, look, this doesn't work, this doesn't compile, this doesn't start, and continue that cycle. At the end of that development task, a small task, it will go back to the human itself and say, hey, I've finished this incremental task. Can you try it out and tell me whether or not what I've built so far works? And it will actually give the human instructions on what to test, because it knows what it tried to build based on the development task. What is it that the human needs to test? And the human can use natural language to actually reply and say it works or it doesn't, and what is wrong. And based on that, the developer then goes back, figures out the problem, or just moves on to the next step. So with that, I took this video is actually from the GPT pilot website or the GitHub repository, and we'll just take a look at how it works. And it's kind of interesting how they approach this. So the first part is to the user to actually define what it is that they want to do. So I'll pause here, and the user provided information to say, I'd like to create a simple chat app. Then the next 5 or 6 questions are actually questions from the product owner asking clarification questions from the user. Do you want to, for example, do you want to have a login? Do you want to support multiple chat rooms or only a single room? And so forth. Then it writes down the project summary in a more detailed way and moves on to write user stories. And then, as you can see up above here, the architect agent created the tech stack, Mongoose, Socket.io, HTML, CSS, and so forth. And then moves on, starts to create some specific code for that. This is the coder now, coding agent, creating the code to build this application. And here, it asks the user to tell us whether or not it worked. And it continues. And as you can see, the user is saying that it did not work. When I open localhost 3000, I only see cannot get slash. So the user, the human user, went in, tried it out, and it didn't work. So it now moves on to the next step and telling the developer that something is wrong. So to let the developer troubleshoot that. Correcting the code, adding the code, and now trying it out again. And as you can see, it is starting to work. So a chat application that is actually working. And so on and so on. And if you go through this entire process, gradually you get a more or a fuller and fuller application as time goes by. Now, I've tried it. It is still early days. There are lots of things to progress there. I would characterize this as an initial step to get to where all of us are looking to get to. But it is very interesting direction that a number of different multi-agent solutions are working. And each one has their own different angles. Some use those multi-agent solutions to just fulfill a task or a mission. Some actually build out applications with that. So something to think through. Really addicting, I have to say. Try it out, and definitely on the simple end of applications. I would say calculator, a small chat application, things like that. You can start doing that. Bigger application, harder applications. I've seen a little bit of difficulty to get there. You get into a point where it's a cycle of troubleshooting and trying to figure out things, but definitely a promising direction. It's improving day by day. So next up is another thing. Another thing to think about when we are developing our next new applications or figuring out a solution for our customers, that the AI and the generative AI that is right now thriving has been largely focused on text. And text has been great. Everybody understand that if you go to ChatGPT, you can ask it some questions. You can give it some additional context to ask some more specific questions about your data and so forth, but it's text in, text out. Recently, with GPT-4 Turbo, around November, GPT added the ability to have vision. So look at an image and understand what is happening in that image. And that has been a significant change, and something that I will show in a bit on how things can be done with vision. Voice as well. Voice has been around for some time, so you can take some recordings of your talk, transcribe that, push that into ChatGPT, and you will be able to analyze that and respond to that. Video is becoming more and more integral part of these foundation models. So taking on video, understanding what happened in the video, and then doing something with it. Now, the other direction, so this was the input, right? You can give text, you can get text, image, you can provide an image and get an understanding of what's happening in the image and so forth. The output as well is also improving day by day. So images, everybody knows, Midjourney, DALL-E 3, and so forth can generate really good images. Voice as well. Video is starting to become a reality. Now it's just in the beginning of being able to take some video and create a few seconds of video on Midjourney images or other just text to video generation. But I foresee that in the next coming months or years, this is going to be a significant focus for a lot of companies. So taking text and generating video from that. Still to come. This is just early days on that. So what do we do with that? So think about this. What happens when our computers start seeing things and hearing things and really understanding what it means? And that is something that is an important factor of us being able to provide value to our customers and to think that through. It's easier than ever to create applications that understand what they're seeing and hearing. Let's give you an example. So what you're seeing here is a legal document. This is in the US, the way to transfer property from one person to another. This is called a deed or a warranty deed. So a grantor is providing a piece of property to the grantee. So the seller is giving or providing a property to the grantee. And in these documents, you can read them through. It states in various places, it provides the address, it provides inside the text the buyer and the seller and so forth, and dates and things like that. Now, in the past, a lot of people thought, this is not a problem. If you want to understand a document like this, just OCR it. So run it through an OCR system, and then you can pull out the information. Now, I have to say that this was not really the case, and it's quite a hard thing to do, especially when you have lots of different formats and structures to your document. This is just a legal document, and you can write it however you want, as long as the verbiage there is written in a way that an attorney or a person would understand that. But what we're seeing right now is that this is becoming easier and easier than ever, because our large language models can see and extract information and understand it. So here's the example. Without a lot of effort, I pushed this document to GPT-4 Vision. And this specific application that you're seeing here is Azure OpenAI. So Azure supports OpenAI specifically, and it has GPT-4 Vision as a preview. And you provide the document with a number of questions, and it actually pulls the information from the image and can answer the question. And it did a pretty good job. I have to say that At some point here, there was a slight typo. It didn't quite understand everything, but it's a great progress towards being able to easily take documents, look at them, extract relevant information based on context and language, and put that into use. You don't need any training. You don't need any special applications. And this is, of course, available through APIs and so forth. You can use that to your customers' needs. Another example. So what do we see here? Apart from like really bad acting, I have to say, but take a look. Okay, so generic video of something happening in a warehouse somewhere. A worker falls, the helmet goes down, and let's see what we can do with that. Can we take this video and analyze that in an easy fashion? And indeed, that's the answer. Again, Azure OpenAI with Azure Vision AI together takes the video, slices it up to frames, and analyzes the images to see what is happening. And here is the answer. Reviewing the provided images from the timestamp, it appears there was an incident that occurred between timestamp so-and-so. An individual seems to have fallen to the ground and their safety helmet is seen lying next to them, indicating it was not securely fastened and came off during the fall. The surrounding individuals are attending to the person on the ground immediately after the incident. This suggests a need to reinforce the proper and secure wearing of safety helmets and perhaps review safety protocols to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Think about the opportunities here. Is you can take videos and push them into large language models to understand what is happening. So what has really changed? So I'll talk a little bit about this. The real thing that has changed is that if in the past we wanted to create solutions like this one, for example, the well-known spam versus ham solution that nowadays pretty simple. How do you create spam filters? You take a lot of text and you train a model, right? And this was the traditional AI implementation. You take a lot of data, you identify your use cases, you build a team around that, push that data into a machine learning solution, develop your models, and then once you feel that you have a good model to figure out whether or not a sentence is spam or ham, so an email, whether or not an email is spam or not spam, and you feel that it is good, you can deploy that. Now, a project like that in the past could take quite some months to figure it out, especially when we went into more unique solutions. But that was the traditional AI implementation. Large scale, lots of data, and lots of fine-tuning and lots of people to create a model like that. And the harder the solution was, or the more complicated the solution, the longer the implementation took. The harder to get the data, the harder the solution had become. And so what has changed? So interestingly, you can now do this. You take some code and you write that, and instead of developing a new model to figure out whether or not something is spam or ham, you just send that to ChatGPT or to lots of other language models, and it will tell you whether or not a sentence is a spam or not spam. So no need to create a new model for that. You can do quite a lot of things just with that. And as I mentioned, take a look at image, take a look at sound. There are a lot of things that you can do already without training new models. And this is the kind of at a high level how this has changed. In the past, to create a solution, you needed to get some labeled data, a lot of data, train a new model, figure out the new model and then deploy that. And each one of your models knew how to do one thing specifically pretty well. So you had a model for text classification, summarization, coding, Q&A, and chatbot. Each model for that specific task. Today, you can do a lot of things, and not everything, but you can do a lot of things just by using a foundation model and giving it the correct prompt. So you can take a prompt, give it some text, and it will classify the text based on what you wanted it to do. You can summarize that text, or you can do coding if you write the right prompt, questions and answers, chatbots, and so on and so on. So it changes a lot of the solutions life cycle from training new models to prompt creation, questions and answers to a large language model. So to summarize, AI is moving fast and improving. What you see today in terms of issues, errors, hallucinations will dramatically improve quickly. So that's my thoughts. It has already happened over the past year. Where we were a year ago is completely different than where we are today, and I believe that this will continue. So if you create a project and have some issues with the data or errors and things like that, assume or expect that these things will improve quickly. AI generated code development will gradually become a reality. I showed you it will take quite some time, but I do encourage all teams to understand what is happening in code generation. So there are other solutions that do smaller pieces of code. Right now, for example, everybody knows GitHub Copilot and Amazon Code Whisperer that helps you build small pieces of code within your IDE. So that's an important factor. This is gradually becoming stronger and stronger and more capable. Multimodal bidirectional foundation models are going to become stronger, and they are already pretty capable, as I showed you, to do quite a lot of things, understanding images, an initial ability to understand videos and to do things with that. And gradually you'll see improvements in the video generation. So the ability to create video from text and from other images. Think API before you think AI. So I showed you here a number of different things that you can do just with APIs that behind them there is AI that someone else created. But instead of going and creating new models to solve problems, think first whether or not you can just use foundation models as they are today and get the answers that you need. Competition is driving costs down. So everybody knows GPT-4 is quite expensive, especially when you start running that in production environment with lots of users, it can rack up quite a bit. However, we are already seeing other competitors in this market, both closed and open source, like Mistral, Llama 2, very soon, Llama 3, that is expected to come from Facebook as an open source model, very capable one later in the year as well. And others that are coming into this market as a strong competitor for GPT-4 Turbo. So that will drive costs down and will allow you to do the same kind of things that you're doing with the top dog right now, GPT-4 Turbo, with other models. And I'm sure that eventually GPT-4 Turbo even itself will have a cost compression. You can already take models and just deploy them internally. So especially on the open source models, the free models, you can take them. Now, another thing that is very important that you will see, or that we are already seeing some signs, is that to make sure when you take an open source to look at two things. One is, of course, the software license of the software itself. Everybody knows that. But another thing, and that is a risk to keep in the back of your mind, is how and what kind of data was used to train that model. Not every model that is out there in the open source community is actually ethically collected. So if that person or company used open data that they don't have assurances about that they can use that to train their models, it can get you into hot waters. So think about that before you jump in to use an open source or other types of models. Make sure that you understand where that training data came from and whether or not you can use that. And that is it for me.
Thank you very much, Boz, and great insights and what's coming up is very exciting. And thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Next, I'll be looking at the AI relevance in software as a service. And just to give you a little bit of a background, let me share my screen first. Sorry about that. For some reason, screen 2, share. Let me see if you're seeing the screen. Yep. Excellent. So I'm Murad Özturan, and I've been a long timer in Microsoft. I left last year to do some startup projects. And I've been involved in SaaS nearly 20 years ago when Microsoft released first SaaS product as Dynamics CRM. I was in charge of engineering for enterprise team, and my team was responsible to make sure that our SaaS offering catered the needs of enterprise customers. So SaaS is something that I'm very excited and since then. And I believe that the future of all the development, etc., is going to go towards the SaaS in different aspects of it. There's great learning since 20 years ago when we did Dynamics CRM in there. And looking forward to talking with you AI relevance in SaaS. And I've been working with a lot of startups and discussing this in there. Just to show you a little bit, we're going to talk a little bit about service optimizations, the projects that I get involved, cross-selling, upselling, security, and what not to forget. I mean, considering that this is a lot of it, we are doing it for startups here. I hope that there's a lot of startups are listening to this presentation. Well, I got involved in service automation projects in a lot of different places. And one of the cases that was very interesting for me is over 10 years ago, is trying to sell support side of the business, get rid of it, because it was making a non-profit part of the organization. And this company was a big Schindler is the elevator company, over 1 million elevators that they're building and managing today. So when you think about it, it's a worldwide organization, and they love making new constructions and going there and install their elevators and making sure that they have the latest technology in there. They hated doing this support because that cost them a lot of unpredictable cost, and it wasn't profitable as building new elevators. When they came to us over 10 years ago, and we sit down and we said, what about trying to make this thing more profitable instead of getting rid of it? Obviously, one of the most important thing, their data qualities was very good because they knew exactly when the elevators are going to go broke, how to do maintenance, and we helped them with machine learning and AI during that time, and their business completely changed. Not only that, they support and maintain their elevators now. Actually, they offer as a service to support other people's, other manufacturers' elevators because they realize that this is a very profitable business. And interesting enough, they're also thinking of they actually move some of their pricing towards the availability of the elevators. So thinking from the selling a support side of your business, trying to get rid of it to make it most profitable, and all is happened because of the AI. Then I got involved in last year HIPAA compliant research. It's made much easier. AI allowed us to quickly be able to share the data because we can de-identify the data, but make it in such a way that you don't lose the context in there. I'm one of the survivors of cancer, and I'm working very closely with Fred Hutch and Mayo Clinic with my own data and my experiences in there. And for example, it was very easy for the structured data, but AI and the new improvements created a very quick service to de-identify the patient's data. But we always had a problem with the doctor's notes. It's mostly it's not handwritten anymore. Most of them types it, but types it in a very encrypted way. It's sometimes when I read my doctor's notes, it's I wasn't sure. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure, is it because of the bad handwriting of doctors went to do typing, and it could be very interesting. But for example, I'm working with the DID tool that Microsoft is developing with the product team. It's a very interesting tool, and it's concentrated on non-structured data. Not only that it decrypts the doctor's writings about that specific patient, but it also keeps anonymity of that patient. For example, they make sure that the dates are consistent. Even they are changing the date in the unstructured data is consistent. The gaps between the dates or birth dates, like the age of the patient, the name is obviously and keeps track of the same patient in there. So the ID tool is a very interesting one in there. Making sure that each call support center is a personalized one is a very important, and this was became a very good part of the AI, and it allows you to be able to work with humans who can become like their account managers. So it's very important to be able to give the right information in front of a support person that make the person who's calling in that they know the history, they know them, and they understand the problem better. Obviously, there's plenty of challenges out there. Data quality is one of them, and I know Vas talked about it as well. There's plenty of information out there. People has been putting it into their data warehouses, and they start analyzing it. Security is another one. Compliance with regulations, and how do you do this training of AI? I mean, it's becoming more and more challenging in the sense that you probably heard about the New York Times suing Microsoft and OpenAI for training their systems with the data that they provide, and this is becoming more and more challenges from that perspective. How is your AI is being trained, and which kind of data you're using it? If you happen to have an internal one, is usually a better than the just going out the internet. But when you go out there, when you're utilizing the data, it becomes a very interesting challenges coming up. Compatibility and integration, define roles and boundaries between humans and AI. While AI is the great tool, it requires that I'm not sure if everybody is hearing it. Can I hear from the? I'm seeing messages that my voice cannot be heard. Can you? any of the people who are listening in from the stream, please let me know if you cannot hear me. Let's look at cross-sell, upsell. Well, cross-sell, upsell is a very important part. I love this best strategies for effective upselling and cross-selling using AI by Tariq New. I put the link in there and I'll share it with you. Obviously, it became obvious that it's obvious that lately, whenever you are doing any kind of shopping and it's product recommendations has been there, abandoned cart discounts is another one. How many times you get a text message suddenly because you put something in your cart and it just popped up and said, hey, you put something in your cart and you forgot to purchase it. Are you interested? I can give you a discount for it. And these are the cross-sell, upsell is happening out there. I've been involved with a couple of cross-sell projects in the last couple of years, and this becomes a very important part of the process. Boosting sales with countdown timers. Lately, you are seeing more and more that. I'm pretty sure that whenever you go any kind of a website, you're going to see that is happening. Is like, oh, you have 15 minutes for this price, and you're going to do it. Well, the challenges with this is, again, compliant with regulations. What makes you train this data? How do you make sure there's rules? Compatibility and integration with the existing systems is a big challenging one as well. Again, because this requires human interaction, hopefully for cross-sell and upsell perspective, is the boundaries between humans and AI out there. AI security is very important. Bias talked a little bit of what development practices using AI, and it's very important part of the process. If you look at the cost of data breach report in 2023, IBM suggests that $4.45 million per incident of data breach happened in 2023. That's a significant, and especially if you're a startup, that's the end of the game. If you happen to be a startup and you have a data breach or you lost some of the customer data, then you realize that it's going to be a significant cost for them. And 51% of the organizations planning to increase their investments, and every startup that I'm supporting and advising, as it's number one thing I'm putting it out there, say, make sure your security is there and you're going to be utilizing it. Interesting fact about the IBM is the average savings on the data breach or similar type of security issues, $1.7 million for the organizations out there, compared to the ones that are not using AI. So AI is very important part of it, and you're seeing it that way as well. And best practices for an AI is an important part of it. I mean, it's when you are looking at the things, is you need to look at how SDLC is working, how each area of it is implemented out there. I just picked up one of the examples, like Snake out there, shows you how the security when you are building SaaS products that can be helped. This is just one example. There's plenty of similar organizations out there. I think it's just a summary of the services that they provide and what kind of things that they need to be looking at it. And it's very important, especially if you are a limited budget startup. You really need to leverage AI to be able to really catch up and make sure that your systems are secure and you are not open to any of the challenges on the security perspective. Well, one of the things that I noticed in end of 2023, everybody's very excited about the AI. AI is the big thing. I mean, is the big buzzword. And I look at the content on the SaaS boosting SaaS products with new technologies in 2024. All the content of the speakers, everybody talks AI. I talked about AI as well. But one of the things is very important, what not to forget in 2024, is for startups. Because startups should be more looking forward, not backward, or what's happening at the present. Startup is for looking at the future. So let me show you some of the things. So there's been a lot of predictions out there, and when you look at it, like Forbes and Digital Speaker, Capgemini, Gartner, they're all putting very interesting, and a lot of it is got to do with AI. Okay, and AI is very important. Obviously, you need to concentrate on AI, but don't forget the other technologies is happening. Okay, the other technologies is becoming very, very relevant, and for startups, it's time for you to start looking at them. Things like quantum computing. Okay, this is a big leap, and it's going to be a very interesting one. I know Elon Musk start giving like even shares to his quantum computing startup that he's doing it. I just saw the advertisements this week. Microsoft is doing a huge advancements on quantum computing. This is something that you need to watch very carefully, and you need to watch very closely to make sure that you take advantage of it. That's going to be your leap forward towards the traditional companies who might be slower to implement such things. Dark AI is a service. Obviously, when there's a technology out there, dark side become a very powerful as well, in the sense that they're going to start leveraging AI to understand your systems and your areas. So you need to watch dark AI as a service, part of your security strategy. The other one that I find very interesting is machine customers. So if you go any of these things like a digital speaker, I find this from is machine customers are the ones that is going to do the purchasing, and they're going to be the ones that who's consuming your services. Okay, it's very important to be able to have those augmented connected workforce. Obviously, part of your strategy. How are you going to enable them or provide that service? The other one is metaverse and from digital world to fake reality. Okay, this is becoming a big thing. Virtual and augmented reality is becoming more and more powerful. You can hear and you can see a lot of different products are supporting that digital world and in metaverse in there and augmented reality. Like if you go to Audi side or any of the car manufacturing, now they provide an augmented reality experiences with special glasses in the cars. And that was one of the things that I worked, for example, when we were doing the augmented reality in Microsoft, where we were thinking like autonomous driving cars. What are the people are going to do in the car when the car is taking you to somewhere else? That's where the augmented reality or virtual reality becomes a very important part of the process. Synthetic biology is becoming mainstream. If your startup have anything to do with that, it's very important, and make sure that you follow on that. The other one that is becoming very popular, and you're going to hear more and more, is the brain-computer interfaces. Brain-computer interfaces is becoming very much part of it, and we are going to start seeing more and more with the augmented devices like glasses, etc. But we're going to start seeing more and more being able to directly inject stuff. Well, Microsoft research people believes that it's going to take less than 15 to 20 years before they can do augmented reality directly to your optical nerve and be able to create that augmented reality through that. So when you're a startup, you need to start to look at the future and while you are leveraging the present and get ready for these things. It's a very important part of it. So when you are looking at it, it's automation, but hyper automation is very important part of it as well. It's for some reason I forgot to put it out there, but what you do is very important. Is not only AI, humans, but robotics is becoming very important part of it as well. There's going to be a lot of physical robots is going to be available because of this AI augmentation. Because when you bring the AI in there, there's a lot of things that a robot or a mechanical device is going to be able to decide and do stuff. Not only doing your floors with things like iRobots, etc., and mopping and cleaning, but also be able to put your clothes, fold them, put them aside, etc. So this become hyper automation, becoming another area that becomes very important. So one of the most important things that I do recommend to people in the startups and SaaS business is to open up your eyes and follow all the different upcoming technologies out there. Obviously, there's a lot of resources out there, and make sure that you start leveraging AI in your everyday work. Copilot is a word that it's become very important in AI because it means that it's co-piloting humans. It's helping humans to make them more effective, more powerful. Make sure that you don't lose that. You use augmentation. For me, for example, Microsoft Copilot became a very important. A lot of people believe that GitHub Copilot is going to make things very, very easy for developers to develop. So co-piloting is a very important part of this overall AI in there. So when I just want to reemphasize that this is a very important part of your journey. You need to start really yourself leveraging the AI, not only just going like specifically to ChatGPT or somewhere like that, and just doing it one specific things. For me, the AI and is not something new. I've been using it all my life, and we used to call it pattern recognition 20, 30 years ago. And it's not something new, but now it became very available and is helping us on everyday life. You don't need to write a code to leverage AI. Please do so and make the best practices out of it. I've been talking about Copilot. Well, let me introduce the next speaker, Juan Pablo Riccone. He's the growth strategist at Asian Copilot, and he'll be talking to us how to use AI as your SaaS growth strategist. And he'll be talking about asking the AI the right questions and thinking about what customer wants and optimize your user journey. Hey JP,
How are you guys? Can you hear me?
your sound is a little bit challenged, but
Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you. So
Can
I
you hear
love
me?
the line that you're saying. No one cares about SaaS features. It's a it's very important part of this discussion. I'm looking forward to your content. I can
Can you
hear
guys hear
you.
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
All right, guys. Hi, I'm JP Rokeni. Nice to meet you. I don't know I can share my screen over here. Okay, guys, you see my screen? Oh, there you go. All right, guys. So I'm going to talk about a few ways you can use AI to grow your SaaS.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Excuse me, JP, your sound quality is pretty bad. It looks like maybe you are using two different
the sound quality is
products.
really bad.
Yeah, it's very blurry. I had the same problem in the beginning. I don't know what's happening, but are you sure you are not in the two different devices on the?
Okay, I'm not sure what I can do about it. Let's hope this gets better. But yeah, let me know if it continues.
Yeah, it is continuing. Unfortunately, it is.
So I'll talk about a few tools we can use each stage of the funnel to really accelerate and help you do everything on autopilot. My name is JP Rokeni. I'm a growth strategist, marketing technologist. I'm an agency founder. I'm a digital media founder.
JP,
my agency, we had
JP, can you hear me?
consumer brands as clients.
JP, can you hear
such
me?
as Nestle, Disney, Unilever.
Hi, JP, can you hear me? Sorry about that. We're going to reconnect JP in there. And while we're waiting for JP to connect back, I just wanted to reiterate on the how you're leveraging the AI in your day-to-day life. I think it's a very important part of it. I'm a big believer that if you're not using it yourself, it's very challenging to be able to understand what's happening. So I'm a big AI user, and I love the idea that I can use the AI and pattern recognition, and I can use the pattern recognition without writing a code. It's one of the interesting things. Like a lot of people are talking how AI and all this new technology is going to take away certain roles. But I'm saying the same thing even with the new roles. I mean, it was very important to be a data scientist. Hey, JP, can you hear me? JP, can you hear me?
Okay, how about now? Is it better?
Much better. Much better.
All right, perfect.
All right. Go and share your.
All right, guys.
I'll continue.
So let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So this is the agenda we'll be talking about today. I'm going to teach you how to optimize your website with AI, boost conversions, increase lifetime value, and your average revenue per user, bring traffic, reduce churn, and a secret common denominator that really joins everything together. But yeah, hold on. I mean, this sounds a bit boring, so let's get a bit into party mode over here. We'll do a little metaphor, so this gets a little more fun. All right. So when you do a party, let's imagine your SaaS is a party. No. So what do you do when you plan a party, right? So here's our new party agenda. The first thing you need to do is tidy up your home, right? For your guests, to bring in your guests. Then you need to take care of the catering, the drinks, the DJ. I mean, what are you going to offer your guests, right? Then you need to invite everyone, no? How are they going to find out that you're there, right? That your party's there, right? And then you want everyone talking about it the next day. So, how do we do this? So let's start with the first one. There's a really cool tool called Seona that actually optimizes all the SEO in your website on autopilot. And I don't mean not just like lame, boring suggestions of what meta tags or metadata to change. No. This tool actually goes in there and changes the code for you, which is really crazy. All in autopilot, automatic. You just install the code in the backend and it does it automatically. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty cool. By the way, at the end of this presentation, I'll share a link so you can download the whole presentation and you have a list of all the resources I'm talking about here, like all these tools and everything. So don't even sweat it. So yeah, anyway, going back to it, stop paying for SEO agencies. Just use Seona and live your life, all right? Now, your blog is also important, of course, for SEO, to bring organic traffic to your website. There's this amazing tool I really like called Beehive that actually integrates your blog with your newsletter. Newsletters are very hot right now. I really recommend that you put attention to your newsletter and to grow that list, because when you grow that list of that email list, you can communicate with with all those people directly and for free, and not having to pay ads or anything, right? And the beautiful thing is this tool actually integrates it all. So you can write a newsletter, your weekly newsletter, and decide to post it also as a blog post in your website, and it's SEO optimized. It's beautiful. It has really cool features also, like growth collaboration tools, like one-click recommendations to other newsletters. It has its own ad platform. So as you grow, advertisers just hop in to advertise on your newsletter, and you don't have to do anything. They write the copy, they do everything. You just sit back and get paid. It's beautiful. All right, next, the catering, drinks, DJ. What will we offer our guests, right? So this is where conversions happen. You have to remember your website is like your digital headquarters, right? But it has too much information. The information is too general. It has too many distractions, has different calls to action, has different sub pages and sections and everything. So you lose people lose focus. They get distracted. They get paralysis by analysis, and you lose them, right? So you need to bring them back either through retargeting or your newsletter, and you bring them back. And what's the solution to that? You bring them back to landing pages, and where you can actually have a focused message, right? So having one single target audience. For example, you can build on a CRM, and your website might be generalized because you want to target a few different segments. But it's not the same when your communication, when you bring traffic for a specific target audience. For example, CRM for lawyers, right? So you can speak in their language. You use legal terms. You use exactly how lawyers speak. So they feel like that CRM was designed for them, which it really wasn't. You just hyper targeted that audience, right? And also I recommend use per landing page, use one single audience and also one single call to action. Don't give them any distractions. Don't put any sections, any sub pages. No distractions, no confusion. They can only do one thing. And the cool thing is you can speak to them in a more persuasive way, because you want to push them to convert, right? Than in your website. And the way to convert is the way you really put yourself apart from the competition is not by competing with price. If you try to compete with price, you're always going to lose. There's always going to be someone willing to sell it cheaper than you, right? So instead of offering discounts and competing with price, offer more value, package value. So there's a lot of ideas you can think of that complement your product, right? For example, if you have the CRM, maybe you have you can offer also an offer in a landing page. That also includes a scraping tool, for example, to get some leads, right? And other stuff works too, right? For example, info products. There's this really cool tool called Circle, where you can embed all your courses and everything in your website, and it's very versatile. It's really cool. You can offer a package buy now the yearly package, and you also get for example a backpack or a t-shirt. People love physical stuff too, right? So when you offer a package like that, you can offer the whole year of your SaaS, so you automatically increase the lifetime value and the average order, and you make them happy with like extra value that they can feel it, no, they can like perceive it, right? There's also communities you can do, masterminds, etc. There's a lot of things you can think of. I mean, each product is different. Just think of things you can add that complement your product. Or communities are always good because you also get people engaging, and that's really cool too. And they're also very hot, just as newsletters, right? I really recommend you guys do a community. And also recommend that in these landing pages, you add a sense of urgency and scarcity, meaning that your offer, you have to have an offer, as we said, with packaged value, but has to be time sensitive or with limited spaces, right? There's only this many packages, and you have this many left. Hurry, no? This offer ends this date, no? And maybe like the things you offer in the package, they cannot even find them on your website, right? So you get that like FOMO going on, right? That if they don't buy it right there, they're gonna lose the opportunity forever. No, it disappears forever, and so like you really speak to their emotional. It's a really powerful emotional driver. You speak to their monkey brain. You want to keep that into account. You want to speak to in very simple language, to talk to their subconscious mind. You don't want them to use their reasoning mind where they get off and start comparing. So don't use like very technical language. Don't be very simple. No, and we'll get into that later on how you can like simplify your language to really connect with the emotions of people, because people buy with emotions. Even B2B, people buy with emotions. So more on that later. All right, so next, you need to invite everyone, right, to your party. So how do you do this? Well, first with inbound, of course. That means content. There's a lot of really cool tools that also put in the list to research content. For example, there's BuzzSumo that you can research which blog articles about a specific topic are being shared the most in the last 24 hours or in the last week, right? And it even tells you like in which social media are being shared and how many shares, etc. Right? So you can ride the wave of the trends instead of just posting blog posts that like you don't even know if they're going to be interesting, right? So it's important to do your research first to ride that trend wave, right? And automate it. Also, like all your social media posts, you can really automate them, and you can like use really cool tools that also help you research and like give you ideas and like help you write with AI. You know, there's Hype Fury or Tweet Hunter for Twitter, for example, or X. No, there's InVideo that creates. You just put a prompt like ChatGPT, and it creates a video completely edited with a narrator. And you can just tell it like just like ChatGPT, hey, change the voice to a British accent and a woman, and it does it. No, it's pretty crazy, and it does it like in a few minutes. It's insane. It's called InVideo. So there's no excuse to not post YouTube videos, right? There's Taplio also that also helps you find really cool content on LinkedIn and to post and to engage. But on LinkedIn, you have to be a bit careful because they don't like tools and extensions, no? But yeah, it gives you these tools really add you a lot of value and save you tons of time, right? Then we have cold outreach, right? Outbound. I think it's very important also to this cold outreach in SaaS, right? Especially if you're B2B. So you can use Apollo. Many of you probably know Apollo, which is a tool that helps you find contacts, contact information of people in companies, right? And then after that, you can use Lemlist and, of course, Agent Copilot, no? Which is a really cool tool that with regenerative AI, it makes videos, hyper-personalized videos of, for example, you record a video once talking about the cool benefits of your SaaS, and then you upload a list of all that you downloaded from Apollo, and it adjusts personalizes a video for each one of those people in the list, no? with their name, and it changes their lips, like a kind of like a deep fake. It's pretty crazy. I really recommend it. Check it out. It will also be in the list that you can download after this presentation. All right. Another one is affiliates. Look at them as the party promoters, right? So this is very powerful. Instead of going out there and trying to get a single customer for your SaaS, you just go out there and get somebody that has an audience already built in, that has trust already built in. So content creators, bloggers, newsletter owners, but also there's an underground culture of affiliate marketers, which are marketers that you actually just gave them like a content, like photos, videos, copy, and you give them the rules, and they go out there and do their own campaigns, and they're experts, right? So they bring you traffic. So it's almost so if you do an operation to attract these people, it's like building an army of promoters out there selling your SaaS, And there's really cool tools and platforms also to find influencers, content creators. There's also like affiliate networks, But I recommend you build your website. There's a tool I really love called Rewardful. With that tool, you can actually integrate it with your Stripe account. So every time there's a conversion, it tracks the sale. It gives a dashboard to each affiliate with their own unique link, so they can track it. They have their own dashboard. They see their payouts, everything, right? So it's beautiful. Another one is partner with the popular girl, right? This is a strategy a lot of brands are using right now, because it's also powerful, right? And meaning actually giving equity of your startup to a big influencer. I mean, a big influencer, right? That has like a huge audience and that goes perfectly with your target audience, right? This strategy has helped grow a lot of brands big time, Because I mean, some people have insane audiences, But usually these people either charge you insane amounts of money for even a post, or you can just share equity with them and they partner with you and and your incentives are aligned, right? So they constantly promote your SaaS. There's also really cool tools to find these people, which I'll share in the list. All right. Have everyone talking about it the next day, right? Like in school, the next day after the party, right? So basically reducing churn, right? To do this, it's very important that you have a great onboarding experience, right? It needs to be quick. You need to get them to immediately use it, right? Don't wait, have really cool screens to guide them. There's really cool tools also to guide them in the process. Hey, click like Intercom, for example, which gives you, of course, the chatbot. Like they actually like invented that feature, and it also tracks all the activity of the users. But it gives you also like a tool where you can they can there's an overlay where you can guide people to start using your tool with like a step by step. So it's pretty cool, So these things matter, Very important, And try to become indispensable, right? That your tool or your set of tools, that's maybe when you add also value with a package with other tools or other resources, make you become indispensable to their operation, right? That it's really a pain for them to stop paying you because their operation is gonna be affected, right? So you need to find ways to become indispensable to their operation, right? And of course, impeccable service and support. I mean, this is a given. I mean, you have to have impeccable service and support. You can actually triage the tickets. Now there's really cool tools which I can also include that integrate ChatGPT into chatbots. So you actually train the bot, the GPT, into every tool and every service and product and your whole company. Your whole company culture and everything. So people can ask any question and it answers it. Or you can send them to a knowledge base, of course, try to to make a robust library of articles. So you can also always answer their questions, right? And every time you hear a new question from a customer, add it, write an article about it, right? All this content also helps you with SEO. At the end of the day, it brings you also traffic in other ways. So I really recommend it, right? And also, if they still haven't answered the question themselves with these articles, with a GPT, then you send them to the community, right? If you have a really engaged community, then people are gonna be loving to answer, right? And that's really cool when people answer like questions for you. So when you achieve that, that's really cool, right? Because then you get them to recommend you, right? So what you want to achieve is also that your customers are out there talking about you, right? So you can create campaigns also. There's also cool tools to create campaigns to track sweepstakes or contests or activities you can do with your customers, right? To generate user-generated content, right? So people go out there and post in their social media like a promotion or like an activity, or you're just your SaaS, no? And they get I don't know, they get like some perk, right? There's really cool tools also that they can accumulate points, for example. I don't know, like all this. Keeping that in mind is very important. No, you want to convert your customers into evangelists, right? So yeah, that's very important to reduce churn, because at the end of the day, if you have tons of people coming to the party, but if they lift after a few minutes because your party sucks, then you're not gonna grow, right? You can have all the acquisition rate in the world, but if your churn rate sucks, I mean, you're not gonna grow, right? So I would say churn is more important than acquisition, right? Really, really focus into this. All right. So how to become Riz, as Gen Z says, right? Which is like cool, smooth talker, right? So there's a secret common denominator that joins all we've talked about right now, right? There's one single thing, which is the most powerful thing to convert, to get them engaged, to everything, which is copy and psychology, right? No one cares about your features. No? You need to understand that. Like it's really not about you. It's not about your SaaS. Stop trying to sell your features. Sell the transformation, right? Tell a story, right? People relate to stories intrinsically. I mean, we're wired to hear stories. That's why Hollywood's so popular. Movies are so popular. Books are so popular. People love stories. We're wired for it, right? And you can actually turn your communication into story, right? Any good hero journey starts by building rapport with the main character, the hero, and your hero is your customer. It's not you. It's not about you. It's about them, right? So your hero is your customer. You need to remember that. And who has a problem or desire, right? And you're there to solve it. You're the guide. You're the Yoda, right? Like they're Luke Skywalker and you're Yoda, you know, trying to guide them to achieve what they want, right? You have this solution to help them achieve what they want or solve this problem, right? And but instead of talking about the problem, yes, you build rapport with the problem, but then you have to really paint a picture in their mind, a vivid picture in their mind of the transformation, how their life is gonna be much easier and much better after they use your SaaS, right? That beautiful future has to be imprinted in their minds. They have to use their imagination, right? And there's also a great book about this that I recommend, called Building Your Story Brand by Donald Miller. All right. So about this, there's a little really cool 3-word magic hack to get ideas, to get you ideas for these stories, right? And those 3 words are, which means that. That's simple. And I'll give you an example. So let's say you have your product is a smart thermostat, right? And the feature equipped with AI-driven temperature optimization called Thermo IQ. And many people just stay in there, and they promote that feature, and they put that feature in their website, like, whoa, no. But you're not really connecting with their emotions with that, right? And you can talk about the benefit, no? It maintains the perfect room temperature at all times, all right? It's getting better, it's getting a little more emotional. But you can go deeper. Now, how do you go deeper? You ask, which means that, right? So you say, maintains the perfect room temperature at all times, which means that you always feel comfortable in your home, which means that you can focus better on tasks at hand, which means that your productivity increases, which means that you complete your work faster and with better quality, right? You have more free time, right, for hobbies and relaxation. Your overall stress levels decrease, which means that your mental and physical health improves, which means that you lead a happier life, more balanced life, which means you can enjoy a quality time with your family and friends, enhancing personal relationships. You see how we went all the way over there just with a smart thermostat, right? So I'm gonna give you all this framework also, like in the download, where you can just prompt ChatGPT. You tell them, okay, this is my product. Do this with my product, right? And it will immediately spit it out, no? And also, like you can also go emotional with the consequences of them not buying your product. That's also pretty powerful, right? So if they don't buy your product, it means that they'll have an uncomfortable environment, right? They'll have high utility bills. They'll have a time-consuming manual adjustment of the temperature at home. They have inefficient temperature management, which affects longevity of their appliances, which means foregoing comfort, efficiency, cost savings, and even health benefits, right? You can go really deep into these things with any product. All right. Okay, guys. Well, that's it for now. Here's a QR code where you can download this presentation. For whoever is interested, I'm also launching a community of founders, a community-based course where I'll upload constantly lots of resources, the latest tools. I'm the tool guy. I love tools. I live for tools. I'm always researching the latest tool. And I'll be inviting also people for live talks. I'll be organizing also quarterly live meetups, yearly events, etc. You'll see everything there. Just take a picture to that QR code, or there's a link over there, gigafounder.gumroad.com/I/L/gigatraction. All right.
Hey,
So let's
thank you
party,
very
guys.
much, JP. Really interesting talk. As a background in consultancy, I had a magic word, magic sentence to start with, like, it depends. Now I have a second one, which means that. And that's a very cool magic word, which means that. It's going to help me explain like how things are going to evolve. Thanks again, JP. And we're going to go to our next speaker, Sheriff Dahanani, founder of Locusive. And we're going to talk about how SaaS companies are using generative AI to improve customer experiences. And this is a very interesting topic in there that I mentioned a little bit in my presentation, but this is much more deeper in there. Sheriff will go in there about the main customer enablement and how Gen AI can help companies automatically handle the most common types. Welcome, Sheriff. How are you? Shanif, sorry about that.
No, it's all good, Murat. I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound very good, and I can see you, and I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you very much to Glorium Technologies for having me, and thank you everyone who's joining and streaming in today. So good morning from New York City. I really appreciate everybody's attention, and hopefully today we'll be able to cover a topic that you find interesting, and the goal of this is to give you a lay of the land for how new generative AI tools might affect software from both the customer's perspective as well as the back-end perspective. So let's just jump right in. The talk should be maybe 25-ish minutes, give you guys a little bit more time before lunch, and we'll just go ahead. So I'll start with a quick introduction to myself. So I like to call myself a data geek. I am a software engineer and data scientist by training. I've been working a lot in the world of tech, mostly startups, but also a couple of big companies here and there. So I've done a lot of building of these applications. Most relevant to this, I was the founding engineer and head of analytics at a company called Tap Commerce a while back. That was one of the world's first mobile demand-side platforms. At our peak, we had handled about 1 million ad requests a second. And so I had built up a lot of that technology, built up some of the algorithms that we were using to value and bid on the ads. Then we were very fortunate. We sold the company to Twitter. And so I started working at Twitter as a data scientist and engineer, worked there for a few years on a few different projects, everything from figuring out who's going to click on which ad to optimizing the onboarding experience. After that, I started a company called Aptio, which was doing predictive marketing for e-commerce brands. And today, I'm the founder of Locusive, which is basically an AI assistant that helps customer teams offload a lot of the customer requests that they get so that they have more free time. So you can think of it as a bit of an AI assistant or AI agent. Now, we're not going to talk too much about that today, but I've learned quite a bit. We're going to talk a lot about the learnings and what it might take for you to start implementing AI into your own SaaS product. So what are we going to talk about? Well, I'd like to jump into just talking a little bit about what challenges customers and users of SaaS products are facing today, both from the perspective of the user and then how that translates into how companies structure their employees. Then I'll talk a little bit about how generative AI can help in some of these problems that we're facing. We'll go through a case study. If you're interested in incorporating generative AI into your own product, this case study might help. It'll take the perspective of what we've learned at Locusive. Then we'll talk a little bit about where we think future software tools will go, how users will start using these tools in the future, and then just wrap up. So let's talk a little bit more. This idea of customer experiences is really broad. What we'll try to do today is start broad, talk a little bit about what we mean, what we're talking about, get a little bit narrow, and then zoom out again. So I find it useful to talk about how the customer or how the user of a SaaS product might be experiencing some troubles or some challenges when they start using a new B2B tool. Let's think about this a little bit. Now, if you are the buyer of a product and you're buying a new software tool for your company, you are responsible for making sure that goes over well. You're responsible for making sure that the rest of your company uses it. But if you're a user, you're also responsible for making sure that you're making the most out of the software, for making sure that you know how to use it so that you can get the most out of it. So the buyers and users of software have challenges from what we've seen, especially for B2B products. For example, if you are getting onboarded onto a new product, especially like a SaaS product that's designed for business, this might be a little bit more complicated. So you have to go through an onboarding session. You have to learn about what the product does. You have to learn how to use it. Frequently, you'll have questions about how to do something on the product. If you're the buyer, you're frequently going to have questions about how do you charge me? Can I get invoices? You're going to need help with billing. You're going to need help with account management. And you might also want to start getting reports about who's using the product from your company, or what are they doing and how are they using it, and how many people are actually taking advantage of it. You might have questions about where's a particular piece of information within the product itself. So from the user's perspective, while it's always nice to be able to start using a new tool that will hopefully make your job a lot easier, there's also a lot of friction, especially in sort of larger products. If you've ever used a complicated tool, I won't call any of them out here. I think you know which ones they are. It takes a little bit of work and sometimes a lot of onboarding to get up and running. And so users have all of these questions. They have all of these problems. And what has started to happen is that software companies have started to create these large customer success teams. Larger software companies have multiple teams, maybe one to handle customer support, another for customer success, another for account management. There might be 5 or 6 teams that are all rolled up into customer success. Smaller companies might just have 1 or 2 teams, or maybe even a couple of people. But what's happening is because these users all need a lot of help and support in using these products, the customer success teams start to get overloaded. We've done about 60 to 70 interviews with different customer success managers. And what we found is that some of the largest software developers and providers out there have a ratio of one customer success manager or CSM to maybe even a couple of hundred customer accounts. And what we've heard is that a lot of the time that these CSMs are spending is spent on just dealing with these inbound requests that come in from their customers. One of our interviews told us that they spend at least 80% of their time on handling lots of inbound requests. Now, what do we mean by inbound requests? Well, we're talking about a lot of the same stuff that we talked about on the last slide. Hey, can you pull me this CSV report? Hey, can you tell me how to get to this piece of information? Hey, can you add this person to my account? All of these things are relatively tedious and low value, but if you're the CSM, you're responsible for keeping your customer accounts happy. And so that means that you need to go in and do a lot of this low value, tedious work, even if you don't know how to do it. For example, if you are asked to pull a CSV report and you don't have access to the database, you are going to have to pull in an engineer. And so what happens is these CSM teams get overloaded with all of these inbound requests. And that means that they don't have time to focus on more interesting and strategic things like renewals or expansions, which is really hard for them because frequently they're compensated by how many renewals and expansions they have. And then finally, on top of all that, they're also responsible for reporting back to their bosses. Frequently, they have to report back to the product and engineering teams about bugs or feature requests. And so even though these folks are the front lines of dealing with customer requests when it comes to SaaS, especially B2B SaaS, they're frequently not able to do a lot of the work that they might need to do. And that's why generative AI is really exciting. Gen AI, so before we talk about why Gen AI might help with these issues, we'll talk a little bit about what it actually is. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of information about Gen AI in all the calls and talks today. I think it's helpful to just set the stage so that we're on the same page about what we mean when we talk about Gen AI in this talk. So when we're thinking about Gen AI, I'm sure a lot of you have used ChatGPT. I'm sure a lot of you have already started incorporating it into your workflows. When we're talking about it here, we're talking specifically about the idea of using an automated system that can produce high quality, very reasonable content in the form of text and images and audio. What's really interesting about these tools is that they have been trained on the world's data. And so they've learned essentially how we as humans talk to each other. And then on top of that, we've actually had humans provide additional guidance in terms of telling them, hey, this is a good output, this is a bad output. So these tools have learned a lot about how we like to communicate. And so why that's really exciting for SaaS is because they have started to be able to replicate what we think of as sort of logical and reasonable output. When it comes to text and images, they can do things like create reasonable text and text-based reasoning. They can create images that look and feel as if they are produced by a human using something like Photoshop. They can make sense of a lot of undefined or unstructured data if you're plugging them in to the right tools. So what's really cool about these things is that they can now start to be used for the brains of what we call cognitive architectures, or that's a fancy way of saying software that can make intelligent decisions by itself. And that's why we find these things really interesting. It's because they enable us to create better experiences for customers. Now, again, experiences can mean lots of things. Here's just a couple of examples. One experience is customer support. I'm sure that most of us out here have used those chatbots that are just horrible and atrocious to use. They never can answer your question. They never know what you're asking for, and you always have to end up talking to a human. Well, I believe that a lot of that world is starting to change now with the advent of LLMs, or large language models. We're going to start to see better chatbots that can answer personalized questions because they're able to understand what you're saying and find the right data. Now, this is going to extend out to customer success as well. Customer success managers are going to be able to better service their customers because they don't have to spend as much time on a lot of the low value and tedious tasks. And we'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. They're also going to start to create these, what I'm calling dynamic product interfaces, where you can start to interface with software applications in sort of new and exciting ways. And so I always like to provide a couple of examples. It's always nicer to show rather than tell. So I'm going to give you 3 quick examples of what I'm talking about here. I'm not affiliated with any of the companies I'm about to show you, and so I just thought that they were interesting. Now, here's one example of a tool called Descript. Descript allows you to upload a video, frequently podcast videos, and do lots of editing and do lots of sharing with those videos. Now, one of the things I've been using Descript for is this little AI assistant here. And when I type in a command that says find me good clips, basically what it does is it goes through the whole podcast video and it finds short clips of anywhere from a few sentences to maybe a minute, and it extracts those for me from the video, and then it allows me to tidy them up a little bit and then share them over to my social media, all without me having to do a lot of pointing and clicking and a lot of work. So this is an example of a dynamic interface. This is a point and click piece of software, but they've added this little AI assistant, and that allows us to go in and make use of AI in a way that I find to be a little bit easier than pointing and clicking. So here's one example of maybe what I'm calling a dynamic interface. Now here's another example. This is a tool called TLDV. I use this with most of my meetings. TLDV can automatically plug into my meetings. It identifies who's speaking at any given time. It records the transcript, shares that transcript later. And they've also added a few other AI tools for things like summarization and things of that sort. I find this extremely helpful because now I don't need to spend time maybe having somebody take notes. I can easily go back to the TLDV dashboard and see what meetings I had, but also summarize my meetings, search through them because the transcripts are right there. And this is something that has saved me a lot of time in being able to go back and understand perhaps what was said or take key takeaways from a meeting. So TLDV, piece of software, originally recording meetings, and now they've added a lot of AI tools and transcriptions. Now, finally, here's a tool that's called Notion. Many of you might have heard of this. Notion is sort of like a collaborative platform that includes things like wikis, calendars of that sort. Notion has added this little AI menu, and that menu contains lots of different tactics and strategies for using AI. Everything from translating a piece of text to changing the tone, even asking AI to write more. And Notion is already heavily text-based, but they've been able to find ways to use AI to improve my experience as a user. So just 3 quick examples of consumer-focused products that are changing the game when it comes to interfaces, when it comes to productivity. You can find the same things when it comes to B2B products. Now, here's just a couple of quick examples that a simple Google search will show you in no more than 10 minutes. When it comes to customer support, you're starting to see tools like Finn from Intercom and Levity doing things like providing smarter chatbots, like we talked about a couple of slides ago. You're starting to see help desk software like Freshdesk with Freddy and Zoho with Zia and Zendesk, starting to incorporate smarter AI tools so that you, as somebody who needs help, can find your answers right away. And you're starting to see website chatbots, things like Brightbot, Chatbase. They plug right into your website. They read what's going on your website, as well as with any other documentation. And then they can go ahead and sit right there and answer your users' questions. So these are all examples, primarily in the world of LLM, which is kind of a subset of Gen AI, but these are all examples of how LLMs are starting to be incorporated and interwoven with the existing software tools that we're using today. And we're starting to see new software tools. So what happens if you want to build one of these tools or buy one of these tools? You're really excited about the capabilities of AI and you want to start using them. Well, I've had a lot of CEOs come to me and ask me the same thing. And sometimes, not CEOs or VPs, but managers, they're all saying, hey, I need to use Gen AI in my product or my work because my boss told me to do so. And I say, okay, that's great. What does that mean to you? And frequently they say, well, I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. So what I generally recommend doing is starting with maybe a problem that you have when it comes to your existing workflows, and then figure out how Gen AI can help with that. We're going to walk through a quick case study right now. And because I've spent a lot of time so far building an AI tool for customer success, we're going to use some of the learnings from that as a case study. Now, just like I talked about, so this is what it's going to look like in the end. It's basically a tool that allows your customers to forward messages to their customer success team who can then forward their messages to an AI tool. The AI tool will answer questions and respond back. So this is the example that we're going to be working off of. Now, just like I talked about earlier, where you have to figure out the problems that you want to have solved, the same thing applies if you're trying to integrate AI with your existing SaaS product, or if you're trying to build a new feature with AI. You have to think about what are the problems that you're trying to solve. Now, in our case, we have this long list of things that customer success managers have to deal with. But when we started to dive deeper into our interviews and we started to learn more about what they really want, we found that there were a few different types of things that made up the majority of what customers were asking. So these sort of 4 topics here tend to take up something like 50 to 70% of a CSM's week. So we decided, hey, if we're going to build an AI tool that helps these guys do better, we're going to have to solve these 4 products, or these 4 challenges. And those challenges right now, just for reference, are questions about how to do something within a product, pulling data in some sort of structured format, usually a CSV from a database, finding where a particular piece of information is on your existing app, and then interpreting why a certain metric has a certain value. So we said, all right, we're going to build a tool that helps customer success managers solve these problems, and these are the problems that we want to focus on. So what might that look like? If in our case, what that means is a user of a particular piece of software, whether you're the buyer or the end user, has a question. They send that question to their CSM. And as we mentioned before today and before the world of AI, the CSM frequently had to work on that question among hundreds of other questions. Now what happens is they can forward that particular request to a robot or to an AI tool. And that AI tool is connected to your internal documentation or your internal data sources. And by using generative AI, like LLMs, it can find where it needs to pull the right information from. And it can even reason through processing steps in multiple sequences so that it can find the right thing at step 1, find the next best thing at step 2, aggregate it all. Comes up with the results and sends it back to the CSM, who can then send it back to the user. Or if the CSM doesn't like it, they can say, hey, AI, you forgot to do this, or you need to add X, Y, and Z. And so this is a concept that has started to come around recently, which is sort of in the world of what we call autonomous agents. The concept is that smart Gen AI can start to do things like act as a brain for SaaS or for other tools, which can then use that brain to do more robust things. In the case of autonomous agents, for example, where you might have a specific request and you want an AI to be able to handle that complicated request, you're able to do that because these apps can be more flexible. When you're using Gen AI, even as we saw in Descript and TLDV, you've got apps that are able to respond to your commands now, and they're able to understand what you're asking, and then they can go out and figure out how to do the thing that you need to have done. And this means that we as users don't need to do as much, which is always great for SaaS companies. It means your product is stickier. Hopefully you're bringing on more users and generating more revenue. And ultimately, this is going to lead to more intuitive user experiences. So this concept of an autonomous agent is something I just wanted to mention as an aside. If you are thinking about building Gen AI into your products, it's not the only way to use Gen AI, but it is one way where we're going to start to see customer experiences improve because you have software that's a lot more flexible now. And when you've got software that's a lot more flexible, I would argue it's a win for everybody. In the case of a customer success tool, it's a win for users because they get their answers more quickly and with less effort. And it's a win for customer success teams because now instead of having to spend all their time looking at answers or coming up with queries or pulling in an engineering team, they get to focus more on what they really should be doing, which is driving revenue, driving upsells, renewals, reducing churn, things of that sort. And the really interesting thing about this is that companies can win as well in a couple of different ways. They might be able to hire fewer CSMs, and we'll talk a little bit more about jobs at the end of the presentation. But on top of that, they can start to see what customers are asking for. What features do they want? Where are they having problems? And by using an LLM on the back end, by using Gen AI to process all of these customer requests, they can get a sense for where should they be focusing with their limited resources. So all in all, we're sort of entering an interesting new world where The use of Gen AI can be as simple as having a little bit of a search bar in your app, or it can be powering your entire application and driving new types of ways of using software. So this is us sort of zooming out a little bit in terms of thinking about how customer experiences are going to be affected overall. That's all well and good, but what if you want to build something like this for your own business? What are we looking at here in terms of time, in terms of effort, in terms of what it is that you have to focus on? Well, I'd argue that there's a handful of things to keep in mind. One, this is probably, if you don't come out with anything else from this presentation, the one thing I would highly recommend you do is to sort of define the problem that you're solving with Gen AI hyper specifically. You want to get really, really narrowly focused on an AI tool and its problems that you're solving, because when you try to do too much with AI, you run into a lot of the same problems that you run into with other SaaS projects and other engineering projects, which is the project is just too much and it tries to take on way too many things and it sort of eventually fails. With AI, a lot of folks think that they can take on the world, and probably you can, but you have to build in very small iterations and you have to build on very specific foundations. So start small with the problem that you want to solve. I frequently recommend folks to think about one thing that takes up, 5 or 10 hours a week for them that they really hate to do, and then just build a simple MVP about, around that problem. We'll talk a little bit about how to build that MVP in the coming slides. Okay, next, if you're plugging in AI into your systems, your internal data sources, your external integrations, you want to think about data security and privacy from the start. You want to structure your data sources so that an LLM that's working on a request for one client it will be hard for them to get access to data from another client. You want to make sure your data is separated so that there's no sort of leakage. And you also want to make sure that the LLM respects user boundaries. For example, if you get a request from client A, if you're running a SQL query and you've got an agent that's running your database queries, you shouldn't be pulling in information from client B. And that sort of takes me to my next point, which is for businesses that want to integrate AI, you're probably going to need to integrate with multiple different data sources. And that's going to require a little bit of thought in terms of how do you actually integrate with them? What do you want to pull in from those integrations? How do you want to interact with it? Thinking about that from the start could make your life a lot easier down the line. Now, if you're thinking about the world of autonomous agents, which we talked about on the previous slide, and what we're building at Locusa, there's a few other things you want to think about. Despite the fact that these LLMs are really smart, they will not be able to figure out how to do something that's complicated even for a human, or that they don't have an understanding of how to do. So you might want to think about developing like a skills library or an approved set of instructions for a particular type of request. You also want to think about how to coordinate multi-step tasks. If you're doing something that takes multiple steps, LLMs can start to lose their way. So you want to make sure that you're giving them a way to remember what it is that they have to remember. And then finally, just handling different types of data, CSVs, database queries. These are all things you want to think about from the start. All right, so if I had to sum it up, the 3 things you might want to do, just keeping in mind building something like this from scratch: start with a very small problem, identify the most important things that you want your application to do, and then build in iterations. Start small and move quickly from there. And if you're building something from scratch, I've done a couple of proof of concepts with a couple of customers. You can get something up and running in just even as little as a few weeks, but maybe more along the lines of a couple of months. If you really know what problem to solve, it will take you maybe 1 or 2 weeks to identify what you want the problem to solve and how to solve it. And then maybe a couple of weeks to think about what data sources or integrations you need to plug into. And if you've got an engineering team already, you can probably spend 1 or 2 engineers worth of time building a very, very simple proof of concept. And by doing that, you'll be able to understand what are the risks in building something into your own SaaS application, where are areas of improvement, what works well, what doesn't. And from there, if the project looks like it's something that can be valuable to you, either save time or generate revenue, you can expand and iterate quickly. And so that's a little bit about sort of how to create Gen AI into your own SaaS product, if that's something you already wanted to do. We'll continue to zoom out a little bit and think a little bit more about where is the world of SaaS going, given a lot of these Gen AI capabilities. Well, I think these are a lot of my conjectures, so it's something I would take with a grain of salt, but it's these are all things I've started to see happen already. One, we've already started to see that user interfaces are going to change. I'd argue most user interfaces now are going to have some sort of chat capability or text-based capability where they can take in a user's request. And even if you've got a point and click tool like what we saw with the script, you can start to map user requests to existing capabilities that your product already supports. So I think user interfaces are going to change and they're going to become a lot more easy. And I think that will then lead to areas where things that could not have been automated before can be automated now. So in the past 15 years or so, robotic process automation has become really big, but it sort of hit a wall with things that couldn't be automated. I think we're going to start to see that decrease as we go forward. I also think that autonomous agents are going to take over a lot of the tedious tasks and a lot of the multi-step processes that we weren't really able to do before. And the idea is it's going to make users' lives a lot easier. Of course, I think we're going to start to see better self-service tools, things that users can interact with more intelligently, and they will answer the user's questions better. And I also think we're sort of entering a brave new world where new types of AI models will allow us to be more strategic in longer term decisions. Now, a lot of the things we talked about today were tactical things that AI can help with within SaaS. We're starting to see a world where AI can make longer term decisions with things like large action models, with things like reinforcement learning. And these are really optimized for creating a good set of tasks and processes to make long term decisions. So I think that's what's coming. And this inevitably leads to the question, well, what are we thinking about jobs? Now, nobody can predict the future. And so if anyone tells you they can, and if anyone tells you they know absolutely what's coming with jobs, I would take it all with a grain of salt. From sort of my 20 plus years of working in technology, what I've observed is anytime a new enabling technology or platform comes around, people tend to worry about it taking away jobs, and sometimes jobs are lost. And so it's really unfortunate for the people who are affected. And if you zoom out, though, a little bit longer term, what I've tended to see is that the enablement and creation of new technologies does create new economic opportunities and new areas, and new jobs are eventually created. I remember reading an article or an excerpt from an article from, I think, the 1800s, where people were worrying about how electricity was going to cause massive job losses. Now, you might argue, hey, the AI is totally different and it's really going to upend everything. And you might be right. But from what I've seen time and time again, I would argue that new jobs will eventually be created. Some jobs will be lost. And, it's really going to be unfortunate for those people who are affected. But I almost wonder if they can then reposition themselves to use AI to take on something new. Well, that's all I got for you all today. I really wanted to say thanks so much for taking the time with me. I hope that this wasn't boring. I hope I didn't ramble. Hope you learned something. If you've got any questions for me, or if you have any other follow-ups, please hit me up. My name is Shanif. I'm shanif@locusive.com. If you're interested in getting any tools for customer success enablement, we're working on that right now and looking for early customer development partners. And we also have a free chatbot and a free API for you to use that's production ready if you need to. So thank you again to Glorium Tech, and thanks for all of you guys for listening to the talk today.
Thank you very much, Shanif. There's actually a comment from Mohammed Kapam. Artificial intelligence will not steal jobs, but someone who's an expert in AI will. Jensen Huang is the founder, chairman of CEO of NVDA, said that. I think this is a very important information in there for that. The question is, what about SageMaker, and other tools from Azure, Copilot, ChatGPT-5 coming soon? How this may not help?
I think that's a really good point. A lot of companies, one of the things I didn't cover in the talk today was who's actually producing these foundational models. AWS, Google, Microsoft, these guys are all coming out with not only foundational models that you can use, and OpenAI, obviously, foundational models that you can use, but they're also applying a lot of these models within the products that they already offer. I think from the user's perspective, this is going to be huge. We're already starting to see tools like Copilot from Microsoft allowing us to create better slides. We're starting to see, I use Copilot for GitHub, for Git every day because it makes me a better coder. SageMaker, if I remember correctly, is a tool from AWS that makes it easier to run machine learning models. What we're starting to see is not only the commercialization and the application of machine learning, traditional machine learning from from tools like these, but we're also starting to see the application of these tools within existing consumer products. So I think Mohammed brings up a great point. If I understood the question correctly, it's, how are these tools going to affect life going forward? I'd argue they're going to make life a lot easier when people start to learn how to use these tools.
Thanks, Sharif. Thank you very much for the great content. And we are moving towards a well-deserved break. We're going to do it for 10 minutes. And 10 minutes past the hour, I'm saying because I know a lot of people in different time zones. We'll restart with Ramki Pichuari, co-founder of CTO at Asando.ai. I need time to refill my Stanley Cup, which is thanks to my wife. I got one of these, and I know it's becoming very popular on the internet nowadays. Looking forward to see all of you in 10 minutes. Bye, Shanif.
Bye-bye. Thanks very much. Have a great day. Good luck.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have time to fill up your big Stanley Cup, 40 ounces, and your coffee as well is an important one. And our first speaker after the break is Ramki Pichuere. He's the co-founder and CTO of Ascende.ai, and he's talking about how to transfer your service and support in SaaS using generative AI. And he's going to go into details about the customer journey, customer support, and how to improve and what to watch out for deploying AI and machine learning things. Ramki, welcome.
Nice. Thank you so much, Murat. Appreciate it. Wonderful to be here. Very good morning from Pacific Coast, and I guess it's afternoon.
I'm there as well. So, I'm from Seattle, and where are you in Pacific Coast?
Seattle, Murat. So well. We are not that far. Yeah. So we need to have that extra light.
All right.
All right.
Looking forward.
Wonderful to be here to share some of our learnings and the tips and techniques when you want to transform service and support using Gen AI in SaaS and relative industries. So let me just talk about just quick about me. Technology geek, as well as I've been in support and service for many decades. Addition to startup. I'm also on the Technology Council. You can see several articles in this space, very relevant to support and service and Gen AI and AI itself for the last year and a half or 2 years. Plus, I'm also an outdoor enthusiast. It just helps me to get out and, and being in the Pacific Northwest, it's great to be here. And also actively provide community support by being in several outdoor organizations and in companies. So let's talk about what we want to do, right? If you look at what service is, you can see that it has been a transformation over many years. The simple quote is, if you sell $1 on a product, whether it's a service or a software or a widget, there is a demand of $8, 8 times that in terms of service. What has happened is the customers are not just buying a product, they want the experience, they want the outcome. That essentially means whether it be a software SaaS provider or a hardware provider, you really have to think about the total experience that the customer is getting, because otherwise they will not buy the rest of your product, the next version, etc. Including even automobile is turning from a hardware to an experience vehicle. So how does that mean? What does it mean for a support organization, right? What's happening is there are a couple of things that are in play. Experts are really required in this for technical support. Unfortunately, there are 2 driving forces. One is the knowledgeable workforce is retiring in many of these things, people that know what to do. Other one is the remote and hybrid, which has become more of a norm, which makes it hard to tap on somebody's shoulder and get the help. Even though we have all the collaboration tool, it's never really reflects the way that, I can swing the chair and get the help. The problem for the support team is they have to refer to different types of, just when they get some kind of a notification or issue from the customer, they have to look at multiple different systems, multiple different data sources, correlate, just to debug, to identify what might be the thing to solve. Easy ones, absolutely you can solve them, but there are a lot of things that are becoming more medium one, and some of them are complex one. That's where the challenge comes in. And what happens within the technical expert is, over time, we have built a lot of systems of record, whether it be a support system, a CRM system, or an engineering bug tracking system, or a collaboration suite, what have you, right? All these things are systems of records that has some kind of an information about what you want to do in terms of in terms of systems. There is a level of systems of engagement, because you no longer work with just one mode. If you have to work with, I was just talking to some customers, they were basically saying, I'm getting email, Slack, and, sort tapping on the shoulder, calling in, and so many medias that they are getting in. What happened is, for an agent, they have to look at the systems of record and the engagement, and they have to now take actions quickly when the issue comes up. And that part of connecting the systems of record to drive the intelligence being able to take the action to give it to a channel, that part is where a lot of gaps that you see that Gen AI or AI ML can really help to solve the gap. How does it do? One thing that happens is, as a support person, there is a lot of things on big data with so many things. Hey, I can collect all these different data and put them together. But the problem is that is needed, but it is not enough, because humans cannot just rely on data alone, because they need a way to combine this data to make some kind of a notional outcome without faking it. Realistic, truthful data from all these. And that's where AI revolution might help. And this one is a DARPA. You can go to Wikipedia and DARPA slide. And it talks about three waves. One is the wave where, hey, handcrafted, these are the rules that you can set up and that you can describe. If it is this case, for example, TurboTax is one of those things. You can say, every time the tax rules change, they can put them in. We can probably file them. So that is the one. Then from there we went into the categorization. Can I do some kind of a statistical learning? So the routing, for example, in the support way, when an issue comes up, which group I should route to, who the person that I route to. It could be a categorization, because I've learned so many. I can combine rules, or I can combine a model. I can do them. What we are now trying to go through, the next wave, is the adaptation through the context. And one of the things that I explained to everybody is, I can say, hey, Murat, I'm just a little behind because I had a traffic issue. He may just suddenly think, oh, I just coming over Seattle downtown and something happened. But if I ask the same question, if he and I are working in a networking company, I tell him, hey, I see a traffic issue. Immediately, both he and I will think it's a network packet. Same word, same things, context differs. These are the type of things that you have to understand in a particular scenario, use the data, adapt it, and make relevant for that particular context. So that's where the revolution of AI should be going in next. And this is where a lot of buzz around, a year and a half ago, when ChatGPT was announced. So we had a YouTube one, and it was getting so many reviews and so many feedback from a lot of both private as well as from institutional education institution to talk about and discuss around what can be done, how it is. One of the things that we have to look at, like, as I said, there is a lot of data. When you go to a support person, they are looking at so many different systems. What we have to do is, the step one is to take this data and the content that is coming in within the company to turn into a comprehension kind of a things. What this mean is, you can't just read a book and then memorize it. You really have to understand, comprehend. When somebody asks a question in a particular content, you can give them what that means. What have you understood? But that's not alone enough, right? Because comprehension can a little bit differ. But an expert in that particular space area can also say, hey, this comprehension is better, and we can now turn that comprehension into a knowledge that can be used.
Hi everyone. I think we lost, unfortunately, in Ramki, and
Yep.
he is back. Okay, I think we lost you, Ramki.
Oh, yeah. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please share your slides again and
Yep.
continue.
Yeah. Okay. Are you seeing my screen or no?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. Okay. Got it. So where I was is that, these type of comprehension. So what we need is a large language model. We really need an action model that can be grounded and it can be understood and it is human aligned, so that we can understand, so that we can make them, so that domain experts can really on who the domain experts are, and it turns that into knowledge based on the experts that are within the company, and create that inherent knowledge that may exist in sparse areas into a integrated way. So what we are seeing, topic of Gen AI, we are seeing a lot of adoption increase, and the areas that we see are customer support, IT, security, research, marketing. These things are all leading the way. But the challenge is there are also a lot of barriers. One has to think about privacy. Is it accurate? How complex or how easy it is to do? One of the first things that we are also working with some of the customers, hey, I want to do something in Gen AI. I know that I want to do in this area. Which one I should do? How should I go about? How do I know that it is working well? All these questions pop up in people's mind, right? So when anybody is implementing AI, one of the things that we talk about is, hey, how do you need to think about different aspects? In the world of companies, and especially when you're working with a company where data is, you have to really pay attention to the data because of security and public policies. The privacy is important. You can't just take a model and then you give it in the open area internet and what happens. So that to me is becoming very important in terms of data privacy. The second one is it truthfully giving some correct data? One of the things that we have to make sure is we don't make up things. When we are implementing in the support, just because I think I comprehend or I understand it, I can't make up things. Oh, this must be the solution. So it has to be extremely clear that we know when we are giving the answers and why we are giving the answers, such that it makes sense. The third one is we have gotten some feedback from customers. What happens is, for example, this doesn't happen in all the cases. In one particular case, some of the customer support were very agitated. They were using some violent words when they are requesting the support. Believe it or not, this became a bigger issue for them, and they need to be able to detect that and take actions based on why the person is there. Is the anger is going to be, because they saw some attrition within the company because people got scared when the type of things happen, right? So how do we need to, should we transfer that information to authorities and those types of things? So detecting those incorrect one and also even the violent one is very, very important. And we also have to have a way of verifying these content. We use a method where we know when the answers comes up, you can make sure that it gets, either if it is ambiguous, it gets validated by identified experts so that it can happen, it can self-correct, it can auto-correct and improve on its own. So we never want to be in a support situation to give incorrect answers, because it only causes more issues for the customer experience. And how do you do? The other one is we have to be very cognizant of, if we are taking a model and we are adding to it or we are changing it, the problem might be, where is the IP? Who has the IP? So one has to watch for the small words when they write the contract with using any of these LLMs from anyone, right? Is it using your data and changing the IP? And we have to be cognizant of where the encryption should be done, and follow any of those SOC policies in terms of security. So how does it happen, right? This is kind of a way that Ascendo looks at it. If we can take the knowledge that we were talking about, comprehension, knowledge vectors, and the activities, one can really, in the support, turn this whole thing, not just resolving issues faster, which is extremely important for customer experience. We can also turn the support into a proactive, prevent them, right? Understanding the context. If I know when the escalation might happen, I can even proactively engage with them, reduce the escalation. We have seen in some cases where they have to put so many resources, so many VPs and some of our customers to handle escalation. With this type of a solution, they were able to get the escalation down by more than 90%. And what happens is the experience is better, the cost gets lower, way lower in terms of escalation handle. And the sentiment, product feedback, engineering is able to really get good feedback. Typically in the past, when I used to work with engineering, or when they say, hey, what are the top things? Typically support team will say what they heard in the last couple of weeks from different piece of, ask a few people and they will tell you, and that's what the feedback is. You don't have to do that. You can really take every interaction, understand the context, relate them, and give them a clear feedback on where the product engineering should drive improvements. So how we do within Ascendo? So we have basically put them into 4 different segments of how to help in resolving. For the leaders, where do you get a voice of the customers and what are the top issues? Where should I improve the knowledge? Where should I train my people? Where should the product be improved? And prevention in terms of understanding the customers. If you think of these buckets, then it becomes much easier to drive very verticalized, very integrated, strong solutions. Churn risk, escalation risk, those type of things. And finally, if you are running in a hardware or widget-based companies, which quite some, 80% of the world is still running on widgets. And how do you do spares planning so that you can maximize your SLA? How to think about enterprise Gen AI. We talked about all those different things. And the idea is that it is not just bringing the large language model. You have to turn them into an action-based model, and you have to really turn them into an integrated use cases that you can plug into your existing workflows so that it can make sense very quickly and drive value. And it also can improve over time with the experts, detecting the experts, and not losing the knowledge that they've created over time. Feedback on Ascendo. So I'm just going to go dive into the things that you need to look for when you're implementing these types of solutions. Okay. And when it comes to support or service, the way that we need to be thinking about is how do you make every agent to be an expert? So typically, if you look at any company, they have a tiered structures, right? And it gets, when you onboard somebody, it takes several weeks or months to onboard them. And if you are in a very sensitive area, life science or med device, even the onboarding can take even years because you don't want to make mistakes on life-threatening devices. That's on one side. How do you make such people onboard faster? How do you make them experts quickly? This is where a potential of Gen AI-based solution could drastically improve that process. It not only can collect the information that they don't have to go and then search and understand and memorize, it brings them to them if there is a way that you can do. It gives them, hey, here are the ways that it could have worked. Here is the way that you can guide them to turn. Hey, look here and look where, so that way it will help you. Here is the person that you can seek help. Here is the one that has worked extremely well, and they basically said this is best plan of action that they executed, a game plan that worked very well for them. Who I should talk to get that? Hey, by the way, that you're working on this customer, this may happen because I've seen it happen in the past. All those types of things is going to help the person that is trying to solve the issue to become not only knowledgeable, solve issues faster, they also can think customers and become proactive in terms of engaging with them. And you can use any types of model, right? LLM. You can do your own LLM, or you can bring the open source LLM, or you can use any of the open AI paradigm. So the use cases that one has to think about, there are several use cases they could possibly think. One of the things that you want to look at it is, if you are already working in a service workflow, how do you plug these AI into that existing, so that it doesn't become a switch, it becomes integrated, right? The other thing that I've seen some customers are very focused on, hey, I just want to understand the top issues. The reason I want to understand them, if I know them, I may have a renewal coming. I don't have to go to the customer toward the end of the renewal to see what you're saying. I can really pre-factor it, and on an ongoing basis, I understand where the things are and have a very focused discussion when I do any type of customer success meetings. I can tell them, here are things that you are facing, here are things we are doing, here are things you can do to improve your own internal efficiency. And really look at predictions that are tied to the customer experience. We can even get a customer experience score, which is a predictive score rather than backward. You can execute a survey, it is backward, but how do you get the forward, a future-looking score? So that way you can become proactive. Those are the things that one can think, not just solving the issues, go beyond them. How do they get the predicted help as they help, real time? In some cases, especially in a hardware centric, people may have to go to a site to fix some issues. Just imagine when you're on site, depending on the condition and everything, you don't want to be there. You don't want to visit multiple times. You don't want to stay there longer. All of those times, a prediction can help giving a clear game plan up to the level of what they need to do to fix a particular issues. You can even transform these Gen AI to start pushing towards which one of these things that can be really taken as a self-help, because there is a generation flow where they prefer to get self-help rather than talking to someone or interacting with somebody. So that type of a generation is more and more would prefer a self-help, and it would be good to augment the system and enable that as need be. Self-help does not mean you cannot get live help or a remote help, but self-help starts, and you have to know through an AI model when self-help becomes annoying for that particular interaction and seamlessly switch over so that it can help get the better experience for the customers. And naturally, we are talking about content to go into comprehension to knowledge. With that basically means you have to be able to connect to various data sources, knowledge component very quickly. And also in a very hardware centric way, you also have to think about not just how to fix the issue, what part you may need. So you have to be thinking about those. So there are a lot of different ways that you can peel the onion when it comes to deploying generative AI solution in support and service. You don't have to do them all. You just have to think about one or two that is very important for your strategic goal and execute them, and then expand upon that. So when the second thing that you want to look for, we coined the word press framework. You always want to press for a Gen AI solution that can work. It is focused, it is relevant, it can be explained, and it is safe and secure. So this is one of the things that we tell, hey, even if you are trying to do yourself, you're trying to buy an off-the-cuff software and integrate any of those AI solution, focus on this press that helps you so that you can know that when you can or how it should work. So finally, this is an opportunity. It's a great time for various support team, both in the SaaS world, in outside, to really amplify the customer experience, drive efficiency, and end of the day, you can now put a support which is not a ticket or internal workflow based. You can really focus on aligning around the customer and driving value for the customer and putting them customer and everything, make it very specific up to that specific customer level. That's pretty much it. And hopefully people, this was useful. Let me know if you have any questions. You can also reach out to me directly through LinkedIn and or email. Love to chat with you. Murat?
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I just thank you very much, Ramnik. It's been great presentation, and looking forward to the following up some of your leads in there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Chris Malley, and this is one of the presentations I'm looking forward to it, Monetizing AI for SaaS companies. And this is one of the things that as a technical person, I'm pretty bad on that. And I love that Chris is going to talk about how pricing is important and how to have a pricing philosophy. I'm looking forward to hear from it. Chris, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you very well, and you're looking very...
I combed my hair this morning, Murat.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. So, as I said, I'm very excited to hear your talk. Pricing is something that, as a techie, I'm not very good at, and looking forward to it.
Okay. Well, I have some follow-on material as I talk And I'll post some of those links into
Excellent.
this private chat. And if you share them out, that'd be great.
That's good.
Well, are we ready to get started? Because I'm
Yes.
ready to get started.
Just share your
All
screen.
right, let me share my screen, and you can see the fun logo that starts it all. 1 second here. Tell me if we are live.
Yes, we are live. I can see it. It's
All
just
right.
nice logo up there.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that you said you were a techie, so maybe we'll start there, Murat.
Yeah.
I was a computer science degree out of college. I worked at E&Y until the year 2000. In the late 90s, I decided to start a software company. I actually hired software pricing partners in 08 to go from the on-prem paradigm to the cloud, and we didn't know how to price, and I had largely created pricing on my own. So I'm not only a practitioner and the managing partner here, but I'm actually a former customer, as a lot of folks here that work with us are as well. So I'll be happy to go into that story over a beer outside of this talk. All right, so I'm going to swap the slide and we're going to get started. Okay, so one thing that you might be surprised to learn is software pricing began as a category in 1982, and it started with software pricing partners. And now you know why I ended up here, because I wanted to come to the spot that started it all. It was decades before we would even have a competitor. And put simply, back then, as it was prior to 2023, all about growth and making money. And the thing is that growth hides a lot of inefficiencies, as we saw in 2023. And so what we do is we now are actually really able to more successfully focus folks on being profitable, because that's a big issue for folks right now. But we also analyze pricing performance. We have a technology that optimizes prices. We operationalize our recommendations with our customers. And what I want everybody to take away from today is pricing is really about the intersection of pricing and selling. In fact, if you do anything in pricing that gums up the sales process, then we will say that you have failed. Because at the end of the day, always remember that what you come up with, somebody, whether it's a self-service channel or an OEM partnership or a partner or a direct sales team, has to explain what you did, which is why us techies love accuracy, which is super complicated. We got to keep things simple. So just a quick blow through the past. You might be surprised to learn that the concurrent user license strategy, that was an on-prem, so I'm dating myself, Murat. I look a little bit older maybe than I first appear. But that's what I built my technology on, and concurrent user licensing was the dominant licensing scheme through the 90s, and I actually used that at my software company, which is why I fell in love with software pricing partners. You might also be surprised to learn that fair use policies were out as early as 1989. In other words, we'll charge you for your active usage on the software, but if you're not active, you're not using the software, we don't charge you. 1990, prior to the Reagan administration's Black Monday, what happened, and it wasn't Reagan's fault, but Black Monday, if you remember what that was, on-prem software technology survived because a lot of our clients, we created a thing called financial overlays, which is subscription billing on an on-prem basis, and is now a cornerstone and one of the parts of the SaaS business model. You might also be surprised to learn in 1992, people were charging for usage-based approaches. This is not new. One in particular that comes to mind is charging based on the number of security vulnerabilities that somebody finds inside of your software. Wasn't always all user-based. And then we were dealing with the precursor to machine learning and a lot of this AI stuff with predictive analytics as early as 2002. And that's what I'm going to be talking about, some of that today. All right, so I have our first follow-on reading. It's a concept we call continuous monetization. I'm going to pop it in here for you, Murat. And I'll get faster as the talk goes on. All right. The classic paradigm is you hire a bunch of experts and they come to an event and off you go with your PowerPoint slides. And really what monetization, I think, is more about is it does intersect with product management. It is a design function, and mastering it really does put you in control of the economics of your company. And if you're in control of the economics and you do pricing right, you may not have to do a round again of financing. And that's really important, because what we're really saying, and if you look at the follow-on material, is that this is a process and there are aspects of the process that you can learn. However, first I have to do a little bit of a jaunt through our evolutionary history. Now, The story that you probably have seen on National Geographic about the birds of paradise is pretty interesting. It took these birds millions of years to create this really complicated dance. And it's actually really fascinating to watch. It goes on forever, and one scratches their head as to why it goes long as you can, or as long as they do. And it exists for a reason. And that reason is because the bird is trying to differentiate. There's a limited supply of females, and males will go at great length to demonstrate value. In fact, this repeats itself in the animal kingdom: sage grouse, mud skipper, weedy sea dragon, all very complicated dances and rituals and things that have evolved over the years. But there is another thing that has evolved over the years that I want you to keep front and center to this, and that is the enterprise sales processes, especially. It is a very complicated dance, as you know. And let me jump to my slide presentation here. And what has happened is, as we go through more and more of the process here, and that we're about to take a peek inside into, buyers have evolved very complicated rituals, and we'll talk about that here in a second. And sellers, in part, have also developed very complicated rituals. But at the core of all of this that you're about to see is a very simple concept that we're going to dig into, and it's called lack of trust. And then once we get through this, we'll dig into some more items with AI. So you're looking at a shot of our software, and I want to explain this just really quick. First of all, on the x-axis is list price, and that's everything that this company sells. And what we're seeing, and I want you to all imagine, is what your company will look like at scale if you get this far. This is a high velocity sales transaction business, but this is a company that's rather large. And the pattern that I'm showing you here has been obscured, but I live my whole life and our team seeing this pattern over and over and over. Publicly held and privately held companies, software companies, you're going to see this pattern emerge over and over. And I want you to look down at these orange dots. Now, orange dots in our parlance are scheduled prices. That is the company's price book that says, well, where should I sell this product? And you typically would see a little stair step here. In fact, you can kind of almost see a little stair step there in the bottom left. On the vertical axis is discount percent. And what we're seeing here is that, first of all, the way the company has grown their pricing product by product by product, like the scheduled pricing looks really weird. In fact, it doesn't really seem to work at all. And it really doesn't even align to what you would imagine as a stair step. Now, the green dots we'll get into in just a second. Those are the landed prices. So think I have a $100 item. If you buy a certain volume, I'll sell it to you for $50. Salesperson gets on the phone. That $50 is the orange dot. Salesperson gets on the phone and sells it for $20. And of course, the $20 is the green dot. So we have scheduled prices, and then of course the landed price, scheduled in orange, landed in green. And right away, you can see lots of dysfunction here. Why? Because you said it best. We're all engineers. We tend to create pricing product by product, but we never really step back and kind of take a look at what this thing might look like for a buyer who wants to buy, for example, multi-products. And you might have a single product now, but eventually go far enough and you'll have multi-products, and then these kinds of patterns emerge. Now, I also want you to just take a look in the upper left here, which we're going to zoom into. And I want you to just look at this stovepipe here. One second. I get my little animation up here. All right. So do you see that list price of 481,000? Imagine if you sold all your software at list price. So you'd make 481 million. This is a multi-year data set. And look at the net price, 83 million. I want you to just reflect on that differential for a moment. And then just ask yourself the question, do you think you could do better? And it turns out that a majority of waste and vaporization of that differential is what makes software companies so inefficient in deploying software. And we'll talk about that also in a second. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit more on the green dots. And I want you to notice the stovepipe. That is the same bundle. Think I bought the platform plus a million API calls, or if you prefer, if it's a LLM, or a million interactions or hours or whatever it is the basis for how you charge. And of course, everybody bought the same thing, but at the top of the stovepipe, somebody got a 90% discount. At the bottom of the stovepipe, the green dots, somebody got a 20% discount. Of course, this is the chaos that ensues. And so what happens then is the market learns, right? The market learns that things are negotiable. And that early song and dance that we showed earlier with the animals starts to extend our sales process and starts to creep into how people buy our software. And so that is your destiny if pricing is considered an attribute or not a formal part of the process of designing a successful product. These decisions that we're going to talk about today hopefully are made before you code or well before you product launch. Now, I want to talk about why these patterns emerge. And to do that, I want to take us through a little bit of road of something that I find somewhat comical. We're going to talk about competitive intelligence because as engineers, we live in a world where refactoring some code or making it reusable is pretty natural. And it turns out that we tend to use that same strategy by looking at companies that are more successful than we think that we are. And we take aspects of their patterns and their pricing strategies and we copy them. And I want to just highlight a little section here in the 10K. And we're going to zoom up onto this in just a second. And I won't bother you with the entire experience, but we're going to highlight a little piece here. And basically in the 10K, the public filing of Fastly, it says, we have limited experience with respect to determining the optimal prices for our products. Let's try it again. Having a little problem on the browser here, Murat. We do not know whether our current or potential customers will accept these new packages or the impact these packages will have on our existing usage-based pricing model. Put another way, right? Now, the interesting thing here, when we take a look at what's going on, is we're all copying the blueprint of other people's risk, and we don't really know what the blueprint is. And in fact, we might be copying something that doesn't even work for us. Now, before you tell me, well, that's just Fastly, take a look at Cloudera. In fact, I don't know who the salesperson is that's selling these little template pieces in the 10K when it comes to pricing, but he is incredibly successful. You'll see that in just about every public facing document if they have any sort of pricing strategy dialogue there. And so this idea of copying from the competitors, I want to really put a pin in it because this is probably the worst approach to monetizing AI that you can take, because I can promise you they haven't figured it out, because clients like Booz Allen and Sama that does a lot of the model training are our customers, and they come to us to try to come up with something a little bit more simple. Put another way, if you're fabricating your own approach, it's probably going to be overly complicated. And if you copy somebody else's approach, then we have that challenge of copying the blueprint of risk, and it's probably not going to work for you, just like it's not working for them. Now, there is a phenomenon that has happened in the software industry, and that phenomenon ties itself back to or the retail shopping industry. And you may have heard of a concept called mystery shopping. Now, I'm going to put some more stuff in here for reading material. Sorry, Murat, just to keep it moving, I'm going to pop it into the chat here and ask for your help to get it out on the YouTube channel. So mystery shopping was a retail phenomenon where if we owned all of our own stores, we could mystery shop those stores and determine whether or not our salespeople that work for us are following the process. Now, that still is somewhat not the greatest when it comes to ethics. We're wasting that salesperson's time. That salesperson is commission-based, but often at the end of that little experience, you bonus a salesperson $100 for their time that you robbed from them selling, and everybody feels fine about it. The problem is when we got to software industries, and very large consultancies will offer this service, mystery shopping as a term was co-opted. And what happens is, as a shortcut to get competitive insights, you call up a competitor, you act as if you are a buyer, which misrepresents. And when you act as a buyer and misrepresent, you get their net prices, you get their proposal, and other things. Now, the first problem with this is that you're talking to a salesperson at the competitor who is not really the source of the truth. Actually, the source of the truth is the competitor's customers, which is who you want to talk to. But secondly, you're in a compressed time frame, and anybody that's sold any software, and I've sold it for $9.99 a month all the way up to millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of software sold to entire countries through our clients. What happens is you get a sense for whether or not you're a cannon fodder. And so that data that you're getting back is just not actionable. It looks maybe okay, and it looks fun in a chart and a graph, but it's not really actionable. But the worst part about it is mystery shopping will land you in very hot water. So first of all, misrepresenting anything believe it or not, is a violation of the US Espionage Act of 96. If you just sort of think about that term espionage, you can kind of know we're already in hot water. It's also a violation of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act of 1985. In the federal courts, it falls under unfair and deceptive trade practices, which means triple damages and potential return of your legal fees. But the best part is, for really large companies, I'm sure you've heard of the whistleblower laws. It actually creates an incentive for your employees to hold you accountable when maybe the executive team can't hold themselves accountable. And when we get finally into the real big potential consequences, you can go to prison. It's just not worth it. If you take a look, I popped an ebook in there for further reading, and we just kind of zoom up. I want you to just take a little peek down here and just look on the right-hand side, DGI. This would have been back in 99, 2000 timeframe, $7 million award. Mattel would have been the early 2004 timeframe, 85 million award. Pegasystems, I mean, this is just a year and a half ago, 2.03 billion. That's B with a billion. Now, they were doing more than just this. They were reverse engineering software and other things. But when you get to this stage with these kinds of damages, you have to ask yourself, how did it start? And how it usually starts is with little tiny moves that turn into other tiny moves that, when we step back over the years, look like really big moves. So that's a state level award. So the point is, it's really just not worth your business. Now, here's what the system produces then. So at scale, when we step back and we look at this, you have elongated sales cycles, buyers who are horse trading and haggling galore, end of the quarter buyers because they know if they wait till the end of the quarter to buy, then they get a better deal. In really bad environments, they wait till the end of the year. Software companies will make 60, 70% of their revenue in December. And of course, at the heart of it all is buyer mistrust. So the point that I want to step back and make is, when you have these effects and now you come to a company like ours and want to correct them, we can see that the list prices are vaporizing with discounts. These net prices are eroding over time, so there's no pricing power. Price setting as an event, it happens rarely, typically maybe once every few years. Buyers game the system galore. And what you'll do is you'll copy that model, right? So if you copy this model from a publicly traded company because you think based on their website it looks like what you should do, well, then you're going to get this blueprint. Now, this is not a healthy software company. It's a massive differential between list and net, and we're talking about smoking away tens of millions of dollars, potentially hundreds at scale. And you'll build more product, right? Because your idea here is that what happens is, in order to drive revenue, I have to drive more product. But the competitor is driving more product, but that doesn't really get you to the finish line to become more profitable. What gets you to the finish line is to actually learn what value-based pricing is. And this is not value-based pricing. What happens is maximizing the price a customer will pay in that moment. That is, that's the used car sales lot. That is not value-based pricing. Value-based pricing is trying to ascertain the most optimal price for the customer mix at large, which we'll talk about here in a moment. So this is not value-based pricing, but you know what it is? Total rodeo. I want to highlight now a few items from the 2023 Global Software Buying Trends, just to put a fine point on this. So first, what do buyers look for with trust and flexibility when shortlisting software providers? Number one, trustworthiness of the organization and sales team. Now, I'm going to tell you a quick story about some research we did with a CIO. And he said, here's very simply how I buy software. I go to the software company's website. I look at the logos on the main page. I tell my team to call those companies, and the conversation goes something like this. Hey, we're thinking of using XYZ software. We noticed you were using it. We saw you on the website. We're not competitors. We're just curious. Do you like it? And they open up a dialogue. And then they build a relationship. Step two is to say, hey, we're not in competitive markets. We're going to develop interfaces. How about we share those back with you? And they develop empathy and a connection. And the third step is, what do you think? Did you guys get good value from that? And what they're really doing is they're reverse engineering the net price. So this is competitive intelligence, right? Now, they're not misrepresenting, they're just having an open dialogue, but every one of those data points they learn, and that CIO tells his staff, when you get the array of data points and you see the 80% discount and the 82% discount, just make sure our discount is better, because they show up to the party with no trust. And that's because of pricing and the differentials. Pricing mismatch is the biggest deal breaker. The report goes on. Pricing is not in line with expectations. And I'll let you read the full report as you move on. Now, for follow-on material, Murat, here comes some more. Guys are going to have a book to read. All right, let's talk about a paradigm now by which we can kind of right this ship. And it turns out that over the decades, what ultimately we learned, and this framework came out, or this thought process came out in the late 80s or so, early 80s. There's actually 3 separate problems that you have to solve in order to monetize AI or any software effectively. And you can think of AI as not just a product, although it might be, but it could just be a capability or an enabler or enhancing some other piece of a product or service. So the pricing model, of course, is what everybody wants to talk about. What's the magic price point? What should we charge? Hey, I'm not charging enough for these small guys. I should charge more for the large guys. But gee whiz, if I charge more for the large guys, then it doesn't work for the small guys. And if I charge less for the small guys than the large guys, I'm leaving too much money on the table. Those are all sort of pricing model issues, and they need to be triaged separately. Second piece to the model is the offering model. How, in the world of a la carte, where I can buy anything, imagine when we used to go into Best Buy and buy a TV, if you remember those days, what would happen is we would go and see TVs on the screen. I don't know, maybe there was 20 of them. I always found it mind-boggling. But imagine a la carte in software. I mean, you literally could do anything. You could have a conversation for weeks on all the different choices. And so the offering model, think of it as a pre-configuration, just a configuration that somebody can choose of not just your product, but your product and services. And so in the world of monetization, we're monetizing intellectual property, products, services, insights, and all the forms that your ideas are expressed through those mechanisms. In fact, the offering model is really important because we really don't want to attract the wrong kinds of customers. But if we create a too accurate, Murat, and which was my problem as a computer science guy, I had like a gazillion offers, it really gums up the sales process. And so again, on the intersection of pricing and selling, where you can really shine is the offering model by trying to keep it simple. Less choices means less SKUs in your product book, means you don't have to install CPQ and all these crazy Salesforce systems and all of the other operationalizing stuff that happens. Some of our customers have thousands of SKUs, rules that are mind-boggling, and very complicated sales operations with dozens, if not over 100 interfaces that run. You don't want to be there. And then finally, the licensing model. And the licensing model, put simply, is what are you going to put in the quantity field of your contract? And let's make sure that we don't have a different quantity field for every product that we sell. Excuse me. Otherwise, if I buy multi-product from you, it's going to be like, well, I count hours over here, and then it's users over on this side. And by the way, it's another type of user. We have 3 different types of users on this other product. And when I, as the buyer, want to take down multiple products, it's just mind-boggling to understand how you price. And if I can't figure out how you price, I'm not buying. So now let's take this framework through artificial intelligence and just let's broaden the discussion a bit and think about licensing. All right, so I'm going to give you some tips here to think about, and I'm going to give you some more reading material because I'm that kind of guy. All right, cost is important, but those are inside words. I know that Amazon and Azure and Google, et cetera, have a lot of infrastructure-like related cost models. But it turns out that there are entire companies, I can think of 3 off the top of my head, that just try to help you optimize your pricing with those cloud providers. And I think that if you're in the infrastructure game, the idea that you need a whole separate ecosystem of companies so that you can more effectively understand that company's pricing like Houston, we might have a problem unless you're an infrastructure player. And I think that most of you are probably not going to be an infrastructure player. So I know that costs are concerning. I know that costs scale, but there is always a tendency to want that cost driver to be expressed outside in the form of how you sell. And if I don't know how your costs scale and you're charging me by some aspect of cost, you're putting in the quantity field, the number of API calls or the number of compute hours or worse yet, you come up with some crazy thing called the software pricing partners consumption unit, and nobody knows what the heck that is. It's going to be really hard for buyers to take down your software. It'll protect your costs, but nobody may know what amount they're going to use next year. And if they don't know the amount, they're not going to come all in. And if they're not going to come all in, then they're going to do a pilot, and then you're probably going to land and you're probably not going to expand. So it's just not a great spot to be in. The second thing around licensing is if you have a tiered product offering, not tiered pricing, tiered product offering, a good, better, best, basic, pro, advanced, whatever the glommed 3 descriptors you want on those, never ever embed the volume in the offer. I should, and you see this a lot, right? If I have 100, you can have up to 100 units on my basic edition. You can have up to 200 units on my enterprise edition. And then the buyer shows up and says, I need 140 units. And then 150 and 100. So you trap everybody in between. And put another way, it's just best practice on any offer that you give me that I'm allowed to blow as much volume through that as I want. And when it comes time to take down the other tiered product, move from basic to advanced, I'm buying that on just needing new capabilities. So try not to munge or collapse the licensing and the offering model together. It's a huge mistake. Tons of companies do it. I don't know why people recommend that, but it gums up the sales process like you wouldn't believe. It spiders out a gazillion corner cases and deal desk galore. It's awful. All right. The other thing is, do not charge for AI as a thing. Instead, look at the capabilities that it delivers and what you're enabling via AI and charge for that. Let me give you 3 quick examples. So imagine you're charging for chat sessions versus successfully resolved support issues. The latter, successfully resolved support issues, might sound better for the buyer, but if your client's performance is poor and they don't resolve a lot of cases, you might end up being upside down in the sense that you're charging for your software and not getting paid fairly. Second scenario when it comes to licensing is imagine doing object detection. So I'm going to have a model on, I'm going to charge you based on the number of frames I process. And then I have a model on, I'm only going to charge you for the objects that are detected in those frames. So again, latter sounds better. You're sort of linking a little bit more to customer success. And when you link a little bit more to customer success, you probably have a little bit easier time to sell, but you can imagine that a customer is one day going to upload 10 petabytes of video, and guess what? 90% of the frames are empty. In other words, there's no objects to be detected. You have, let's say, millions of dollars in cost, but your revenue is upside down. And so you really have to think through these things. It always sounds great to link to performance, but I think especially in AI, you have to be very, very careful with that, given the compute costs right now. I think those costs will come down over time, but we're not there yet. And so you get the idea. You really want to play out both the revenue implications of a decision as well as what the sales process might be. All right, I'm going to get us into packaging. So we're just going to do it down the next little piece there. And Murat, here comes your further reading. All right, so let's go through the second model here. Now in packaging, again, you are trying to understand how the AI is deriving value. And there's this really fundamental misunderstanding in monetization. And it feels like it doesn't matter how many decades we say this, but nobody listens. Okay, you're not monetizing the use of your software. This is why I hate usage-based billing as a term. If we were monetizing the use of the software, I'd charge you based on every time you log in. And I don't think you'd buy. You are monetizing the value that is derived from the use of that software. And that's the key, right? That's really the key. And if you just sit and reflect on that subtle shift, it'll open up your eyes as a way to think very differently about monetization. Again, you are not monetizing the use of your software. You're monetizing the value that is derived from that use. So you look into your customers' workflows and how they're taking the value or the time savings or the revenue generation capabilities and turning that into value in their business by returning it back to the organization. And that's what you're monetizing. Keep your eyes on that. There's a lot of blogs on buying personas. Buying personas are 100% inappropriate to use in monetization. It's very likely that two different personas in different industry verticals derive value very similarly. It's also very possible that Betty in purchasing, I don't know why Betty is always in purchasing, but when I was in software, Betty was always in purchasing. But Betty in purchasing actually comes in a lot more than just one flavor, even in the same industry vertical. Buying personas are great for top, middle, bottom of the funnel content. Of course, they came from HubSpot and inbound marketing. They're great for understanding the sales process and the influencers and the decision-making process, but they will overcomplicate and will always overcomplicate your packaging. All right, there is some magic to three, a good, better, best, but and this goes all the way back to caveman drawings. We just think in threes, and that's very natural. But don't force a third flavor of your software if you don't have enough feature differentiation or service differentiation to warrant that, especially in early product launches. When I launched our Cloud Edition in 2009, we had the equivalent of a good and a better, and it took us a couple of years to get the best, and that's okay. If you fabricate a third version, you're just going to gum up the sales process and buyers are going to get confused on what really the difference is. And of course, now we go back to that earlier pattern is, oh, well, we'll just embed the metric unit in the offer and say that the enterprise gives you over 2,000 units. And now we have that problem that we talked about earlier. And then packaging to your customer mix is really important, but understanding your customer mix is more important. And you need to do that very deeply. And finally, just Murat on a little time check in. I'm at 31 minutes. Feel free to jump back in when you're ready. Pricing. Discounts are earned, never given, and they are earned through volume. Pilots should be paid. Customers are companies that pay you. Everything else is just a prospect. Never show a quote without both the list and net price being presented. If all you ever do is show a net price, just know that the buyer sees it as a list price, and then they want a discount. And PLG can be fun, especially for point solutions. But when you get large enough deals, a considered purchase, 5, 10, 15,000, whatever that is for your industry or hundreds of thousands, people want to buy from people. Successful software companies will have a mix of self-serve, direct, partner, OEM for maximum performance. And that's been that way for many years. Okay, so let me just pause for a moment there. And Murat, why don't we do a quick time check because we're at the 32-minute mark. I can open up for Q&A or I can cover some additional slides. You're the moderator. You can make the call.
Hey, Chris, I think we're on the timing. We have a couple of minutes left. If you want to add a couple of important things on the slides. Wow, there's a lot of content and a lot of readings, homework. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, you're very welcome.
But this is a very complex and it's very important part of any SaaS, especially the startups. This is a very interesting subject. So,
well, let me wrap with one of
yes,
the
please.
things that I think is a great one to reflect on that nobody ever really talks about, and it's really what's missing. And I'm going to give us a little final reading item here from a recent Forbes article that we published. There it is. And the question is, what's missing? And so, you'll never achieve value-based pricing until you get consistency and uniformity. And until you treat customers uniformly and fairly and don't create the rodeo that we saw earlier, you will always be susceptible to not getting paid fairly, and it will be very difficult to defend your pricing. And I'm sure that everybody has seen this slide, right? It's a gazillion variations. The customer is always at the center. But I'm going to ask you to step back and remember the variations of discounts and at scale, treating customers uniformly and fairly. And what does the buyer think is at the center of this wheel? And these are their words, not mine. I did a great two-part podcast with the Art of Procurement. I mean, buyers just, they will describe the process of buying software as worse than buying a used car. from that guy. Yeah. So let me go to market fairness here. Okay. And I'm going to give us. So market fairness pricing does not say, charge everybody the same thing. Market fairness pricing just means if two people buy the same thing from us, then they should pay largely the same net price. And therein lies the problem, because you can't achieve that if you have poor packaging. If you have great packaging, market fairness pricing becomes very easy, and you need new frameworks to do that. And then finally, Murat, just for a couple of examples, BD&A sold at a huge premium to Flexera, headed up by Walker White, who is their president. And taking companies at scale, he picked up a 20% premium on the sale just from being able to demonstrate that net prices were landing as predicted. And of course, one of the highlights of the show, if you're familiar with Bamboo HR, we got a hold of them, stalled out at 22 million. That was 2017. Jeff Adams, their CRO, they're over 350 million today. Again, just treating customers uniformly and fairly. And by the way, that's a pretty boring industry going up against ADP and others. And if you pay attention to that last little comment, he did that on a commissionless model, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
So let me stop there, and then we can open it up for Q&A.
I don't know if there's any Q&A. There's a lot to observe.
I gave everybody too much reading, right?
Yes. And I'm like, wow, I need to look at that. Thank you very much. This is a great content, and I'm looking forward to following up with you on your website as well. Similar to you, I've been in the late 80s onwards. I've been with the pricing models that's changed everything, and it always confuses me, but I do enjoy it in any case, because I know that's the only way to make the money, And I think for every SaaS people, it's very important to follow up and understand this pricing model. Chris, thank you very much, and thank you again for great content and reading materials. I posted them on YouTube, but there might be some challenges, but we'll make sure that the people who are listening will receive your links.
Thank you for having me.
Have a nice day.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
I'm looking forward to listening to the next call. Bobby Alexandrova is SVP of Software Engineering at Lupio, and she's going to talk about the AI is transforming engineering teams in SaaS organizations 3 ways, and I'm looking forward to it. Hi, Bobby. How are you?
Hi, Murat. Doing very well. Thanks for inviting me to present along with these all wonderful speakers.
Very exciting to hear your perspective, and as always, engineering teams is a challenging one to make sure that they're delivering the right quality and right things in there. And I'm looking forward to hearing your experiences in there.
Absolutely. Thank you for the introduction. And with that, do you all see my screen?
Not yet. So you need to share it from there. Yes, we're seeing it now.
Now? Okay, very good. Can you hear me okay as well?
Yes.
Everything's fine?
Very clear.
Okay. Well, thank you. And my name is Bobby Alexandrova. I am SVP of Engineering at Lupio, and today I'm presenting from my home in Salt Lake City, Utah. You can see this wonderful background, virtual background. Today, I'll talk about ways AI is changing and transforming engineering organizations. And I'll share some of the learnings from our experience at Lupio as well. Lupio helps sales teams sell more and faster by automating the sales response process. And of course, we leverage AI tools, and we have some new GPT functionality that really helps deliver this value to our customers. And with that, we've talked a lot about AI today. There were all of these wonderful presentations, and when we think about AI, maybe you don't have to put it in the chat, but in general, what is one word for you that really captures AI? For me, as I sort of step back and think through it, it is really transformative. AI is reshaping the business world around us. And when GPT came to life, was it about a year ago? In a way, it was predictable, and yet it did we all were caught by surprise. I'm even astonished at the way currently GPT is embedded in our personal lives, right? Even I go on vacation, I use GPT to generate my itinerary. There's just tons of change that is happening because of that. And as a result, we are seeing changes to the engineering organizations. Today, I'll talk about 3 ways AI is changing engineering organizations. The first one is around productivity and efficiencies. In other words, how could we use AI tools to drive more productivity, to drive more efficiencies within organizations, and maybe some of the tools that we found very effective at Lupio. Next one is around organizational structure. How is AI driving organizational changes, the way we structure engineering teams? And the next one, of course, we always have to talk about software practices and processes in the light of AI, in the light of changes as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well. Starting with productivity and efficiencies. As engineering leader, my job has always been thinking of ways we can produce more faster. So first, when GPT came to life a year ago, we heard a lot about engineering profession being extinct. Somehow we all thought that developers will be replaced by GPT. That was a lot of opinions out there that I personally read about this. And now a year later, we know better. We know that engineering profession is not going to disappear from the face of the world, but rather change shape, rather adapt and evolve. And now, looking back, it is important for us to understand all of these changes and look at it with a dose of optimism and look for ways we can rather leverage AI tools and make the engineering profession or engineers more effective in what they do. And with that, of course, to share some of the experience at Lupio, initially, we all were taken by surprise, maybe, by all of the GPT innovation out there and AI tools. And we looked into different ways we can provide more efficiencies for the engineering organization. And there's really 3 main ways that we thought we can leverage AI tools to help us produce better. The first one being repetitive code or cookie cutter code. How could we use AI tools to help developers, just produce more code by automating the cookie cutter code? Second one being UI test. Third one being unit test. As we thought about this a little bit more, the initial estimate was that by leveraging AI tools in that manner, we could approximately yield 30% more efficiencies. Now, of course, this could be better. We do need to be optimists there. But even if it's 30%, it is still huge. Then we looked into some of the tools. I know even in some of the earlier presentations, we talked a lot about copilots, that GitHub Copilot, as well as Code Whisperer coming from Amazon. We did experiment with both of these tools. We did some POCs to see what's most appropriate in our particular scenario, and we finalized on GitHub Copilot. We're seeing a lot of success in it, and the most interesting part of it is that engineers are very excited about using these tools. And in fact, initially when we rolled out the initiative, we made it just open to whoever would like to participate in the POC. We had 60% of the engineers raising their hands. And that really points out to our ability to adapt and also look into the engineering profession in a different way. We now know that engineering profession will change by having the engineers focused more on innovation and creativity. And this would also, along with all the other benefits, this would also energize engineers. We all know that that's what engineers love. I come from engineering background. I was an engineer for 10 years, and I know how excited I was for the creative part of it, innovation part of it. So along with all of these added benefits, there's the added benefit of just increased engagement from the engineering team. And of course, along with that comes more innovation, more creativity, and of course, more productivity, more efficiencies. In fact, I would like to tie this to an article I read last week, and maybe a lot of you have read the same article as well. It's from OpenAI and Sam Altman. He was reflecting on all the changes driven by GPT, and he said that by far the profession that would be affected the most and is affected the most is the profession of software developers. And he said that in his estimate, it's around 3 times. Engineers have become 3 times more productive. Now, this is all very encouraging. Is it 30%? Is it 3 times? Just all of this is a very exciting and very positive change for all of us, as it will accelerate the rate of innovation for our products as well. And with that, I wanted to switch and talk a little bit about organizational structure. Of course, AI is pushing changes across the entire company's organization. But there's also some particular changes that AI drives into the engineering organization. With that, let's first start with machine learning and data science teams. And yes, at Lupia, we do have a machine learning data science team, of course. Now, it used to be that these teams were aligned, structurally aligned more with the infrastructure teams. And that seemed only natural because these are teams that are grounded into data. So they work very closely with the data teams along with infrastructural backend teams. However, all of the changes with AI put this team front and center to all of the changes. And we all are really racing to produce more and more AI innovation into our own products. So we need to rethink the way machine learning and data science teams are structured and organized in order to enable this faster pace of innovation, especially on the AI side. So the shift that is happening, and we had to undergo also at Lupio, is changing the structure to where machine learning and data science teams are more strongly aligned now with engineering organizations, with the product team, with these functional teams that are responsible for delivering product. And of course, we see a lot of benefits. First, there's more knowledge exchange. There's higher urgency, definitely increased urgency in delivering the AI innovation into the product, and also more creativity, more innovation coming out. So all of these benefits that companies could yield by rethinking, reimagining the way machine learning data science teams are structured in just the context of the entire engineering organization. And the next change, it is more forward-looking. We're talking here about AI Center of Excellence. And I come from, I was an engineer for 10 years, and then I was leading engineering team, and then I was leading business intelligence data teams. And I can tell you that Center of Excellence is a notion that is very common for BI teams. And what I'm observing here is that we're seeing this sort of process happening with AI. Initially, right now, it's more informal. In other words, AI, of course, is affecting the entire organization, all aspects of the way we do business, as well as all of the different business units. And all of the different departments are looking for ways to leverage AI tools. Naturally, there's the need to have expert advice. So all of these departments, people reach out informally to machine learning data science teams as they're the ones that have the most knowledge in the area. And also they're the ones that really are always abreast of all of the innovation. So I can see how this trend will formalize in the future to where we see more formalized AI Center of Excellence. This is, of course, more forward-looking, that are tasked with some standard processes, so standardization of processes, best practices, standardization of tools, and security. Of course, we also have security teams, but the strong collaboration, as we know how important security is. In fact, for every organization, doesn't matter if they're small or big, but really security is front and center for all of these organizations. So the AI has a profound impact on the way we view engineering profession, as well as the way we structure engineering team in our strive to deliver AI innovation faster and to yield more efficiencies, just based on the AI innovation out there. So last but not least, I wanted to talk a little bit about software practices and processes. And as we all know, software practices and processes, they've been over time, and I've watched that throughout the course of my career, they're becoming more and more agile, more and more flexible in general. And I'm sure that nowadays, pretty much everyone's using agile processes out there. I have no doubt the majority of the organizations already are. And as we think about this, the agile processes carry just by itself, agile process is very flexible. And in fact, some of these steps in the agile process provide for this ability to bring changes on a cadence and through continuous discussion, right? Changes are brought throughout the course of the development process. So for example, one of the vehicles to do that is the retrospective or lessons learned, or the way companies choose to name the step of the process. Normally, retrospectives or lesson learns or 2020s are held on a cadence, and they align with the sprint process for every organization. They're normally internally looking. In other words, changes are brought in the organization depending on observations of the team. So what are we seeing in our current processes? What are we observing? Some feedback as well. That's how we change based on feedback, based on experience. However, there is room for improvement when we think about externally driven changes. These are changes that are happening around us. These are changes that are happening in the world. So these are changes to AI innovations, new processes, new practices. So the question is, how do we bring in these innovations and these changes in the organization on a cadence? So in a way, this calls for us to tweak our agile processes to include this step to look outside, externally into the world, observe, and also creates this good muscle. Really, that's the muscle we need, the muscle to be constantly on the lookout, be vigilant, know what's going on. So by introducing a step, and this could be part of the retrospective, or it could be a separate step, it helps us to provide for even extra flexibility in our day-to-day process. I realize agile process is flexible by itself, but we're saying here we need to take it even a step further to allow us to change and to allow us to adapt even faster. And along the same lines, of course, we need to talk about product roadmap. What does your product roadmap look? Is it a very detailed 1-year roadmap? Is it a very detailed 2-year roadmap? Or maybe a very detailed 3-year roadmap, right? While, of course, strategy is very important, and vision and direction are core to the success of the company, we do need to balance that with some flexibility. So the way AI is changing the way we view product roadmap, and especially in fast-growing organizations, of course, it is that it pushes us to have maybe 4 to 6 months detailed roadmap and reevaluate that on a cadence to make sure that, along with this long-term strategy and vision, to be able to incorporate very much needed changes out there. So in other words, flexibility in processes as well as roadmap review, very important in this day and age. That was the really presentation. I hope you found it informative. We talked about 3 main ways engineering is changing based on the AI innovation out there. First one being productivity and efficiencies, then organizational structure, as well as software practices and processes. And look, in conclusion, we've always known that flexibility and adaptivity is essential for organizations. We've always known that this is at the core of every successful organization. What is changing is the rate of change. So we need to know that even though we've already accounted for us being flexible and adaptable, we need to tweak it and take it a step further in our engineering practices and process. And in fact, this just stays true for the organization, for any company overall as well. Okay, with that, I just wanted to tell you a little bit more about Loopio and what we do. Loopio has been around since 2014, and we automate the sales response process. We provide automated way to respond to RFPs, DDQs, and we're number 1 rated by G2. We're the market leader there. And we also see, we have about 1,500 companies our customers, from small companies to really large enterprises. I'm sure that there's a lot of names you recognize here. Different companies use us in very different ways. Some use us for request for proposal. This is by far the most common way. Then we have security questionnaire automation, due diligence. And most recently, we added the ability for informal response. That means using our library to answer questions informally in emails. And of course, now it is a lot around proactive documents, SLW, and InfoSec. And look, we have a lot of GPT functionality that we've built to make this process even more efficient and helpful for our customers. And in this day and age, I know a lot of companies are looking into doing more with less. We're doing the same thing at Lupio. And a lot of companies are reporting 415% return on investment by utilizing Lupio to be able to sell more faster by knowing which RFPs to respond to, and really responding to these RFPs by having faster and also having better, higher quality responses. Okay, well, thank you so much for tuning in, and I appreciate being invited to this wonderful event. Please feel free to happy to connect on LinkedIn and answer any further questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Bobby, and this was very insightful. And you coming from the engineering side as well, same as me, it's very important to see, and we need to understand that AI will facilitate the developer's life, and it's going to be much more productive, no question. But there's a lot of dangers to having a cookie cutter code, and plus it opens up a lot of danger, because it might be the actual doing the all the different stuff out there. So thank you very much for the talk, and really appreciate it, and looking forward to talking with you again.
Thanks, Brad. Thank you.
Bye. Next is the our last speaker, but not least, is Sunil Ranka, founder of Predictly, and he's going to talk about the next generation AI and data shaping the present, imagining the future. And we're going to talk about the cutting edge technologies with technology innovators, and focusing on the big data, data science, etc. I'm looking forward to listening to Sunil's talk. I'm not sure if he joined yet. Here he is. Hi, Sunil.
Hi, how are you?
Very nice meeting you. And I'm looking forward to your next generation AI and data speech. And you are coming pretty clear.
Perfect. I just need to share my presentation. What would be the best way? Okay, I got this.
Wait a minute.
Share screen.
Your sound little became cranky again. Could you check it? Can we test it?
Can you hear me okay?
No, it's having some problems in certain users. I did have same problem. Is it possible for you to reconnect?
Okay, can you hear me okay now, or you want me to reconnect?
No, it's breaking up.
Okay.
So, while Sunil is connecting, I was talking last time in this break that interesting stuff like roles like data scientists became a very important role. But with the AI and what's been happening last couple of years, I think one of the most important thing there is that individuals without coding or understanding data can leverage AI. Well, Sunil is back. Let's test. Hi, Sunil.
Hi, can you hear me okay this time?
No, it seems to be breaking up. Can any of the moderators help on this? Daniel or somebody. For some reason, we have Sunil's voice pretty crackly.
I could hear you very well, Murat. I'm not sure if somebody else can hear. If
I
somebody
know
can,
yours is coming. Uh, well, Sunil, let's start and see. Let's start and we'll see what's going to happen.
okay,
Go
perfect.
ahead.
I got a couple of messages that we can hear you. So that sounds like could be an issue on your side. So thank you everyone. A great presentation. Thank you, Glorium, for giving this opportunity for us to speak through this conversation. As we said, right, we are here gathered to talk about the innovation, and I think we are at a front foot of innovation where uh, we are at a stage of careers and life where we are seeing some breakthrough innovation, and some of them have termed this innovation goes back to when either electricity was invented or when the internet was invented. In my presentation, I'm going to talk through some of the overlapping topics which you guys might have heard since morning, but equally important looking at the way the things are today. Briefly about us, we are about 120 people team. We are spread across Silicon Valley, Pune. We have office in London. What we do is we do three things well. We do a lot of product solutioning, which means we build a lot of SaaS products. We work a lot on the cloud technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, specifically focusing on Gen AI. And what we do is a lot of automation. So we are a premium partner with a couple of leading automation companies in the world. About me, been in the Bay Area for last 23 years. Been very fortunate to be on the front face of technology. So I've always invested 5 to 7 years ahead of time. Did about 32 investments so far. Founded at Predictly. At Predictly is Prediction Likely as an automation and efficiency focused company. So we go and help companies how to identify the inefficiency in their processes. I'm a board member at Florida International University's Applied Research Center, and as part of that, my responsibility is to bring the commercial experience to the academia world. Having said that, let's delve into the world of cutting edge technology. Why we are talking, and whenever we are having a conversation, especially in last 1 year post inception of ChatGPT, people are just talking about how and where the world is going to move and how it's going to fundamentally change the world. And we all talk about AI, we all talk about ML, blockchain, and they all this technology. And if you ever have looked at Gartner's hype cycle and the fat cycle, every technology has gone through that. Some of them have stayed back, some of them going to prove their point, and that's where we are at. And what are the significance? What we are talking today is today's some of the technologies, and because of the inception of the higher computing capacity, which was a big barrier in case of big data and other analytics programming. Today, AI and the inception of the GPUs, thanks to NVIDIA, AMD of the world, we are able to reshape the fundamental industry which impacts the human care, healthcare, with the AI diagnostic. If you we did not have a computing power, if we did not have the power of software, having a Moderna vaccine in a record time would not be possible. And that's the reason we as in technologies founders and people who are utilizing the technology as a career needs to be at the forefront of cutting edge technology, and we should be knowing what exactly is happening. Now, why people today attending these conferences? When I was looking at the background and when I got the invitation, I was like, why we should be attending this conference, or why we should be doing this conference? And the people who were participating were very interesting. So you are one of the innovators who are attending it, and as an innovator, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make the impact on society using technology. Now, the previous person talked about how RFQs are being able to generate using generative AI is an important. Somebody talked about productivity measures in terms of bringing the artificial intelligence and machine learning together. The ecosystem of innovation is very, very important because it fosters the creativity. It offers the opportunity to uh, break the glass ceiling and barrier so that innovation can happen. ChatGPT or OpenAI is a great example of that. Who would have thought that a 40 people team can really give run for its money to Googles of the world? And within the last 1 year, where AI was more a topic of discussion, is become a need of the hour. And I think that's what the in the pioneer of the digital age, innovators and implementers are very, very important. I mean, moving on to the conversation, right? When I was looking at the entire life cycle, been very fortunate to be the front foot of technology. I was part of ERP. I left ERP for BI, big data, AI, and now what we're talking about is generative AI, which is the what we call it the composition of being in the automation industry. I would call it like RPA 2.0. Well, we all know what big data is. It's traditionally the way it was, by the name suggests, it was primarily um, bringing in the larger amount of data, because post inception of ERP, people started collecting the information. People started collecting their transactional information, but there was no after the fact information in terms of reporting. And that's when business intelligence came into the play, where people started saying, "Hey, give me just the simple reporting where what's my order for the day today, what's my inventory looks like." And then, as the human being and as a nature of innovation, we said, okay, you know what, if I can find out after the fact, can I start getting a leading indicator in terms of what's exactly happening in my in my business? And that was a perception of more like interactive business intelligence. And that's when people started computing became, thanks to Amazon, computing became cheaper and storage became ultra cheap, and people said, I'm going to continue to get more data. And that was the inception of big data in a modern enterprise, where the case studies like personalization, healthcare providers started utilizing predictive analytics, and so on and so forth. And that was a true inception where people said, I've got a data, I've got the pattern, and I want to utilize it to my best extent. But at the same time, the larger data set came with the challenges. They came with the privacy. And what we talk today, and in my AI slide, I'll talk about ethics and bias. But that was a challenge at that point in time too. That how do we categorize the information? And that's when the tools like Hadoop, Apache Spark, and Cloudbit analytics program, and everyone must have heard about snowflakes of the world, datamatics of snowflakes of the world, and so on and so forth. I think what we need to talk about is that is where the AI came into the prevalence. And I was a part of a startup which got acquired by SAP, and that's when we started utilizing the AI and what we call the traditional AI of supervised learning, unsupervised learning, LSTM, RM, and so on and so forth. I think that's when the first time people saw the importance of data, that it can be leveraged to make fundamental business decisions, which can impact the revenue. And I think that's what people were looking for. And that is when um, uh, that uh, uh, that is when the inception or the transformation of data into decision and the data science field came into the play. I mean, everyone what talk about is a data science is a field where methods have been used. We bring in some of the transformative machine learning algorithm to identify a pattern, a recognition, and so on and so forth. People have talked about data science for a while, and companies like LinkedIn, Facebook, they have utilized the data science to their core extent to understand the complex behavior and the trend. And that's how we, when you look at the advertisements pushing on you on Facebook or the YouTubes of the world, that's when they have started understanding you better. If you look at the some of the impactful data science, I was listening to the founder of Airbnb, and he talked about how dynamic pricing based on an event and was possible because they've been collecting that kind of information for a while. Walmart talked at length, Target talked at length about how the inventory management and demand forecasting can be done better way using data science and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at some of the technological advancement in terms of not only the compute, but people have contributed largely in terms of the libraries. So if you have heard about Python, R, SAS, those are the specialized software tools which made this possible. And and I think that's what, at the front four of innovation, software industry has contributed the largest. But every for transformation comes with the challenge, and same with the data science as well. Today, what they say in terms of the data science, that's the highest rated profession, and it's very hard to find data science scientists, because a person who is in a data scientist job needs to not only understand the technology, but also need to understand the domain expertise, which not far many people have understanding of the domain's expertise. And that's the reason I had an opportunity to speak with the previous CEO of uh, LinkedIn. And what he said was, altogether in the entirety of the organization, there were like a two or three very core data science people who understood the data and technology, and the core team of seven people was driving most of the decision. I think that's what the future trends and development in terms of the data science holds a value. Business will have to adapt these evolving changes. Businesses will have to do a science. All along we kept saying that doing business is an art, but now the science of data is equally going to be important. And some of those things, what we have already seen, that people and the company who have invested into the front four of uh, putting their data foundation in place are able to rip the profit of that data foundation by means of understanding where the business is at, and at the same time understanding where they could make a bigger impact in terms of trends. Moving on to the next, right? I mean, this throughout the summit, right? When I heard like last few presentation, we all talked about AI and machine learning, and there is a huge, huge need right now in terms of, and I see exactly what happened with the during the time of big data. That today, if you go to any CFO, CIO, they will come back and say, "Hey, can we really get some AI applications, or can we really get some kind of an AI solution?" And when we ask about AI, they will say, hey, you know what? This is something called artificial intelligence. So we need to create some intelligence based on the data. What it's coming back to the point is, people are asking, can you look at my behavioral pattern of data and suggest me how my business is doing, and where I'm heading towards, and what my business is capable using the technology. And if thanks to the chat gpt, this is exactly the same inflection point what crm, which is salesforce, did to the world, where they kept talking about SaaS, and there was a point where people understood SaaS much better because it's an application, wherein OpenAI did the same thing, which they opened up the world saying that this is how AI could be utilized. This is how you can really create an intelligence with open a corridor where you can come and ask any question. And if you have a trained models, we can really utilize for your advantage. And we have seen a lot of real world example. I mean, we've been for most of us who have been Amazon users, we did not even realize that personalization recommendation was first step into the into the AI world. Google and Facebook suggested content, or Google suggested the ads. Those were the early inception of AI. And today, with the computing power, AI ML is um, reaching them to the masses. And the advantage today is the cost of doing some of these things are so inexpensive that even the SMB companies can do it. And most of our SMB partners, or the customers, what we call them, are able to utilize the AI at a much inexpensive cost. Of course, every new technology or the evolving technology come with integration challenges, bias, privacy, uh, and there are tools and technology getting better on a daily and weekly basis. Microsoft has done a great job. Google has done a great job. and this whole Hugging Face and other places, right, where people are contributing back to this community and society by the open source. What we what we believe at Predictly, the advancement in AI will lead a very many sophisticated autonomous systems. We have done a lot of automation projects, and today most of our customers are asking to enable AI as part of the automation. Earlier, during the automation, what was important is just the rule base. But right, with the availability of AI and generative AI, we are able to uh, put the cognitive thinking as part of the workflow cycle. And I'll talk about, when I talk about the cognitive, right, who's at the risk of getting replaced. A lot of people have talked about generative AI. I'm pretty sure about it. I don't want to spend a lot of time, because I just want to make sure that what we learn from each other is importance of the trends. Uh, Generative AI, as the name specifies, right? These are the algorithms being published on an open source domain, and a lot of people have taken the advantage of them. Thanks to OpenAI, whatever they released last time. And I keep telling people, my best hire so far is I have taken a paid version of ChatGPT, because the kind of work ChatGPT is able to do, right from writing to content creation, to doing some kind of an legal advice, to making certain decisions. It can be a very smart, intelligent assistant who can give you few ideas. At the end of the day, you make the decision, but at least it helps you correct zone in information, and you have to be very careful about the biasing at the same time. Some of the example what we are seeing and we are helping customers is that we are helping them build domain specific LLMs for request response to codes. uh, Most importantly, automation of the cognitive jobs, because what was earlier was happening is there's a whole concept called human in the loop. So you have a set of process where you go to task 1, task 2, task 3. Post completion, that somebody needs to get informed that these tasks are done. Do you approve this task? The person approves those tasks, and then moves on to the next one, and so on and so forth. Now, with the generative AI and inception of the newer generation AI, we are able to replace that human in the loop from a cognitive ability. It's not just about the replacing the person, but it's about the same person can be more productive. I think the previous presenter talked about the same thing, where the jobs of software coder is not going to go away, but the each software coder would have a larger time at the hand. One of our customers is using generative AI to write the test cases. So instead of having multiple people using the test cases or writing the test cases, they're able to have a fewer number of people do same job at much scale. And that's where the generative AI brings out to the table is efficiency, and that's what we are seeing when we are doing the automation and so on and so forth. Now, this is a very interesting piece, because if you look at a corporate culture, right, thanks to MGT Systems, I took this information from them. If you look at the a corporate culture, right, you got like business foundation, market, product services, resource management, operational system, management system, and a corporate culture, value and belief system. The inception of generative AI is impacting every piece of it. In the past, if you have looked at how automation or physical automation impacted, was the bottom of the pyramid, where we have automated either a machine, so that fewer people are needed on the shop floor. Automation of warehouse. If Amazon did not invest 15 years back, they we would have had a tough time at pandemic. The software automation uh, did the back end offices, where we did a lot of in the billing, payroll department, or the production, some part of hiring, onboarding, and so on and so forth. Now, this is the first time generative AI is able to automate cognitive jobs, which means the decision making job. That means the fewer number of people are needed to make those decisions. And that's what going to be a very, very interesting aspect, that moving forward, fewer full-time jobs would be there, and so on and so forth. Having said that, I'm just want to be uh, respectful for the time. These are the different challenges generative AI brings onto the table. It brings the intellectual property, data privacy. We see that people have, there's a lot more work has gone in generating the content. But if you just create a domain-specific LLM and start suggesting it, how the privacy and intellectual rights are going to happen? Those are going to be the question. The data what you it has been generated on, who owns it, who's going to pay for it, or how you get the royalty of some of those things. um, as a generative AI, the way we are having a conversation with our customers, the possibilities are endless. Every particular business, every area will get benefit out of generative AI. Microsoft has done a great job in terms of partnering with OpenAI, but based on our analysis and what we are seeing, seems like Google, who's been doing AI for the longest period of time, will lead the wave in terms of generative AI because of the fundamental understanding of the AI models and fundamental engineering marvel what they have been carrying for a while. Of course, we all talk about forefront of innovation, but as a leader, we need to embrace the continuous learning, creative and experiment. So what we have done is we have run hackathons, we have run internal programs for our customers where these innovations can bringing not only the efficiency but bringing the innovation is a cultural change, which means once you it's a seeing is believing. Once you bring in we had this hackathon with the customer. We came up with a few ideas, we implemented it, and then since then every employee is able to think, okay, you know what, there isn't a way I can get my job done better by automation. And in the combination of AI and automation, I'm going to have my life better. And that's what the first cultural thinking has changed, and that's the first step toward the innovation. Collaboration, networking, emerging technologies, keeping up to the speed, bringing experts from the industry. We have seen another very interesting thing. Our customers are asking us to come and do a brown bag sessions and just talk through that what we have as part of the prospect, what people are asking us. People are asking what kind of jobs people are automating, what kind of things people are asking, and that gives a thought process in terms of the thinking for the leadership team and so on and so forth. And I think people are willing to adapt. If you do not adapt, it will be another Kodak moment where the company which was the forefront of the photograph or the film became totally irrelevant because the technology is changing so fast. You will need to be relevant to be staying the course. I mean, just to recap, right? Today we explored a lot of points. A lot of people talked about, a lot of leaders talks about big data AI, generative AI. The only thing is we need to just think of how the forward thinking and how adaptive we are. Not necessarily AI or generative AI is a magic wand which is going to solve all your problems, but just step back, think what problems you have, what kind of automations or process efficiency or what kind of efficiency increment you need to have. Dissect it. Some of the time what we are seeing is when we are invited, we come back and say this is not an automation problem or this is not an efficiency problem. You just need a little bit of process improvisation, which means we just look at the way you're doing the job, just improvise it so that it can impact your revenue as well as it can free up some of your time. I think the most important thing is technology is changing so fast. Just bringing in, let's say, OpenAI into them or Bard or any of those technologies in house is not going to help because you need to have a continuous innovation ecosystem. Because if you do not invest into that, it is going to be hard to keep up with it because technology will continue to change, and next few years are going to be super exciting about it. I think we talked enough about adapting the changes and embracing the new technologies. I think we need to create entrepreneurs within the companies, entrepreneurs within the groups, entrepreneurs within the business units, because that talent is going to take us to the next level. There's a great word I heard, which is called an intrapreneur, which means that somebody within the company needs to be thinking, who's willing to take the risk, and that risk may not come in the finance world, a financial aspect, but it could be risk of promotion. It could be a risk of not moving to the next ladder if I fail. I think those are the people who are going to fundamentally take the a job of innovators within the company, and that's what the leader should be looking for, one, so that they can continue to do that. Um, on a closing thoughts, I would just like to say thank you, Glorium, for making this happen. A very innovative way to bring in people together. Kudos to you guys, not pushing too much of your marketing agenda. It was such a peaceful, but at the same time, bringing so many people together it's an amazing job where we learn from each other. We run a mindshare conversation series within our customer base. If anyone is interested, we'll be more than happy to share the information what we are learning, because what we have got to a point that contributing is one way to adapt the innovation and understanding more. um, I think we all have a fiduciary responsibility to come in together and build something which is meaningful and sustainable, so that we all can enjoy together. Thank you so much for the time today. And then I truly appreciate it. And by the way, most of the images what you see today were generated by Chat GPT, because I wanted to give you all perspective that it's not just about the content or the thought process. The way the creativity is going to the next level is we just met with a bunch of people from Hollywood, and they are talking about how do we provide a scenario, and you could change your favorite actor, and you could just say in the evening that, hey, I want to have a romantic movie where I can see Tom Hanks and one of my favorite actresses shot in Paris with an Indian song as a music, and that's what they are really working towards. And this all feels like science fiction, but people are going to make it happen. They're working on mood detection. Samsung yesterday announced that there will be non-invasive technology which can measure your blood sugar meter and so on and so forth. So this is because the technology what we are having, and so on and so forth. I think I have 3 more minutes. I'll take a quick pause. Thank you, Murat, for hosting us. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Sunil. This was very interesting and informative talk, and it's I love the idea that you are promoting to utilize it and utilize yourself all the AI and new technologies out there. The other thing I think is very important is like to be able to learn these things, and it's very important, and leverage it every day. And I agree with you, and I'm glad that you are doing similar type of work for informing people in your organization as well. It will be interesting to listen to your learnings, and this was very great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murat. And thank you to all the presenters. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Sunil. Hello, everyone. Well, we have a short break. We're going to start about in 5 minutes our panel discussion. And so it's going to be Boz, head of the SaaS engineering AI architecture at Autodesk, Ramki, CTO and the co-founder of Ascendio AI, and Chris Mella, managing partner of Software Pricing Partners. And so quarter past the hour, we'll be starting that panel. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you there. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And I'm seeing that we have Bose and Ramki and Chris joining us. Thank you very much for three of you to join in. And I really appreciate the joining for the panel discussion. I think this was a great, interesting talks. 7 different people other than me will gave all the details, and each one of them was very interesting and unique hands-on experiences. Thank you very much to everybody. Well, let me start a quick question. How do you envision AI and machine learning evolving in the SaaS industry beyond 2024? So let's look at the maybe a couple of years down the line, or 5 years down the line, or 10 years down the line. A quick round of people. Let's start with Bas.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so a few things that I see in the next few years becoming more and more of a reality. And I'll start with the first thing, and that is software development. We are already in the actual practice of coding is gradually getting more and more assistance from AI. So already today, things like GitHub Copilot or Amazon Code Whisper allow you to generate code as you are developing. So that's one thing, and those are going to continue to become more and more prevalent. We will see developers becoming more of pilots of different co-pilots to bring together different pieces, and we will see more code generation happening as we move forward. I mentioned this morning a number of type of ideas that people are now coming up with. So, for example, a solution that can build full stack application, start to finish, that's gaining more traction. That's one thing. The other thing is the change between AI and API. So today or till today, when people thought about, I need to bring some AI capabilities to my solution to serve a customer need, it was always, okay, we need to create our own AI to do some sort of an AI capability with training and creating a model and so forth. As we move forward, we're seeing more and more foundation models like GPT, like others, that can do more and more things through APIs. So prompt engineering and things like that are becoming more and more prevalent as a way to provide AI solutions for even lower costs and lower infrastructure and lower process that needs to go through before you introduce an AI. So that's kind of the things that I'm starting to see, and those will improve over time.
All right, thank you, Bas. Ramki?
Yeah, it's very interesting. One of the things that I was with one of the largest software provider last week. I was talking to the EVP and their AI strategy person. One of the things that he was making a comment on, hey, AI changes every month. Okay, so what they mean by that, we have seen the same thing. You look at just the GPT model itself, the speed in which the next version is coming is like the chip revolution. The speed in which the next one is coming is getting half the time the previous. As you go, you will see higher powered machines or models would come. But what is going to be interesting is everybody keeps talking about large language model. I think what's going to happen in the evolution is going to be from large language model, what I'm going to call is large action model. What do you do from the large language model? You are able to create some nice summary or nice action, nice what you need to do, but you have to take some action, right? I can speak of one use case that's happening. One med device company, when they have to fix some machines, a person goes to the site, right?
So you can give them a large language model. They know what the issue is and they are trying to fix it. And a language model with all the things that has worked, give them what they should do, action plan. But now the question for them is two things. Hey, I have a question on how this part, before I take it apart, which one I should change. Now connect that action to a virtual augmented reality so they can see something, so that before they do something, they have a question on a particular one, they can see how that works. It cuts down the time. I don't have the part, or I need to better order the part. Now, large language model can tell you need this part, but you have to order the part. You have to take that action. And is it available? When will it come? So you can schedule them. Those type of things one has to think. So what will happen is large language model, which will get compressed, the performance will get better, then turns into a large action model, and then action model basically connects with all the different things. So that's how I see a faster evolution of these things going to come this year.
What about you, Chris? We can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Yes.
No,
not yet.
No.
Well,
let me give my idea of what's happening in there till Chris fixes the voice. I think it's beyond 2024. We're gonna see some things very, very interesting in the sense that it is gonna hyper automation. I think it's gonna be one of the main things, and SaaS services is gonna start seeing things like machine clients, and that was a very interesting concept when I hear. And it's going to be one of those things that is going to be, I think, that as a startups needs to start looking at it, hyper automation and machine client. Right. Chris, you're back.
Well, you can't hear me? Anything?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm back in. All right, so it worked. Well, what I was saying was that I think the compute costs are still pretty problematic in the short term, and I think that will get better over time, but that will be incredibly problematic as we try to scale performance, and our early AI startups and emerging companies are struck with some pretty intense cost dynamics, especially at scale. And that's going to bring monetization to the forefront. However, what I think is going to happen is going to bring cost drivers to the forefront, which means some pretty gummed up pricing models, because the science to blend out those kinds of costs in your strategy are going to be very difficult to pull off. Now, that will eventually right size, I believe, and I hope that continues to drop dramatically for that reason. The other thing that I think you mentioned, I think if I pronounce your name right now, it's Boaz. Boaz, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, Boaz.
Boaz. Okay, so it's the low code platforms, but I'm more excited about companies like LiveCode, whose semantic layer is English rather than dumping you to things like JavaScript or C++. And what that I think is going to do is open up the aperture for the kinds of people that can develop, which of course puts downward pressure on price. And over the time, what happens is I think more and more companies selling are going to be up against the build versus buy. And if I can use an AI engine to immediately craft me 80% of the solution, and I'm now looking at a portal or some sort of customer success platform, and now I have folks that aren't necessarily engineers, and they can get in there and start monkeying with the code using workflow and design and other things and not actual coding. And at any point in time, I can dump myself down. Remember the days of COBOL where you could actually read what was happening, right? And so I think that's going to break down a lot of barriers also. And then I think this is going to be a very, like you said, a high evolutionary time. I think there's a lot of problems with the LLMs right now. I mean, you can go to, I just was playing around with Bard at Google, asked him about market fairness, did a great write-up, almost verbatim to my article. And then when I asked who created it, it described it to somebody else. And so the inaccuracies right now early, I'm very worried about. But most importantly, you remember the Isaac Asimov 3 laws of robots for any sci-fi plans, but or sci-fi fans. We need some regulatory framework here, because what I greatly worry about is as the evolution of this takes off, not whether it's conscious or not. I actually think it's irrelevant if consciousness is there or not. It'll be sophisticated enough one day that you won't know the difference anyhow, any more than we know exactly what consciousness is. But I think the issue is in large scale AI decision making. You know, think less about a facial detection algorithm where I can explain to you, you know, I can show you a picture of my eye, my nose, and half my mouth and say, oh yeah, that's Chris Mealy. I know how the engine worked. In large scale decision making, what I worry the most about is military applications, defense applications, and decision making at scale. And we're going to need some, you know, what I think are the equivalent of certifications, you know, security, compliance, whatever it is. But testing the, you know, what out of these things is going to be really, really important. And I remembered a stat from NASA back when they did the space shuttle. It was like $1 million per line of code when you factored in all of that. But I worry greatly that smart engineers and lack of testing at scale is going to burn us.
Yeah, I think testing is an important part of it, and it's like any technologies, we're going to have some of those challenges. So on next topic, what are the emerging trends in big data that SaaS companies should be aware of it in the coming years? So let's start with Ramki.
Yeah, quite a few, right? One of the things that would happen from big data perspective is multimodality, right? As it is, we are seeing some use cases. For example, people may have a flow chart, right? Which is, hey, I take a step and then I have some actions. If it is this, you do this and everything. And it takes a long time to put that, and then all of them will have a very necessary steps, and people get trained on to debug issues and provide resolve problems. It's very simple. Many times all these flowcharts are images. It's in a document, and it gets people see it in a PDF document or any of those things, what have you. Now think about it. You can feed that flowchart, and you ask a question. Hey, I'm seeing this, and I got into this area. I'm not seeing the pressure to be this. What should I do? I've seen very complex flowcharts of that go from 2 or 3 pages. Now with this type of big data ability, you will be able to decipher that and immediately tell them what type of action they could take. Just the power of that alone, right? You can get trained on many of these things. People do get trained on. But live, when you have the challenge, when you see something, going through and then remembering, if you've done hundreds of times, you may remember. But a lot of people everybody's on the support side or customer service side, a lot of people are generalist and trying to do many things in the short time with some focus. So those type of things, multimodality and storing that and processing that and quickly and then giving it, there's going to be big innovation, disruptive change in that. It's interestingly, we tried one of the data model, and then where we were able to do and then ask the question and was able to give. The challenge is the time it takes to give and give that, right? All of those things, processing that and then giving it, should go down soon, and that will be the way that you can change them. Same thing with images, same things with video. All of those things will come into a big data confluence.
What about you, Chris?
Well, it's interesting, so big data isn't necessarily big for all companies, in part because the costs to put the data up and just something simple like cold storage and egress is very expensive. And so I think you're going to see a couple patterns. First is you're going to start to see on-prem and a strong move to have on-prem solutions, maybe with hardware and other things. And it's always interesting how sort of like we oscillate, right? It's the march to the cloud, and then we start putting components back on-prem because the costs are so intense. But in the oil and gas industry, there's the concept of the safe and efficient operation of the plant, which means that I would instrument all of my assets, except if you've ever sold enterprise sales and quoted a bid for instrumenting all of your assets, the customer pretty soon concludes, well, I'll just, instrument the big assets and maybe half of my chemical plant. And then, of course, if they have a chemical spill, well, then we instrument the whole app. Yeah. And so I think we're at this like digitization process where these companies that are understanding AI, let's take a hospital or healthcare, for example, who has decades and decades and decades of scans and other things, still have to make it over the hurdle. And while some companies might offer to digitize in a year, if the price is 250 million, it's going to take a while to get all those assets online. And then once we digitize that and have that data, then you see the application to AI. And if you ask me where I'm most excited about, it's healthcare. I think, right now we see things like you can take a shot of your eye, and if you're over in South Africa or in anywhere in Africa and you had an iPhone, you could tell if you have glaucoma. Well, imagine digitizing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of scans at scale, and now all of a sudden, what can we detect? And I think we're not anywhere close to that yet, but I think the next 5 years or so, I mean, just this huge hurdle to get over and get all this stuff up.
So thank you, Chris. Bas, Autodesk must have big data. There's no question about it. So how do you see that in SaaS companies in the upcoming years?
Yeah, I'll talk through a number of different aspects of how I see big data. The first thing is the accessibility of unstructured data. So if in the past unstructured data was that tough thing, just blurbs of text and various things like that, what do you do with that? How do you make sense of that? Documents, contracts, emails, things like that. You can now ask it some questions and extract information from that, where in the past it was quite difficult. In the past, I've dealt with contracts and things like that. How do you figure out who is the buyer and who is the seller on a contract? Was a very difficult thing to do. Now think about this. If you just take a contract, just plug it into ChatGPT, have it read it through Vision, and then extract the information from that, it opens up a lot of new capabilities. So the access now to unstructured data is becoming more and more of something that can be done, and can be done without significant training of data. Now, the other thing is, Ramki mentioned the multimodality. This is a great thing as well, because now we are seeing the start of models that can actually see and hear and understand what it is that they are seeing. And they're gradually becoming more and more capable in that. In the past, or till now, even today, you had to have a lot of data to try to train a model that will figure out if you've got something going on in an image. Well, let's say you were in the manufacturing, you would manufacture something, and you would want it to figure out whether or not it is being built to spec. You would have to train a lot of images again and again and again. Now, what I see in the future is that gradually foundation models would be able to understand more and more and more. It's going to become more of understanding how these models work, how to prompt them correctly to understand what they're seeing, and then extract information from that. So in some cases, people used to say, if you've got the data, then you can create something from that. I think that in some cases, it would be much more, if you understand what foundation models do and you've got the access to the right one and know how to operate that, then you can extract a lot of value to your customers. So in some cases, data will become less valuable because other companies and yourself would be able to do the same thing that others could do with lots of data. So that's kind of something that's changing.
Yeah, big data is a very interesting one. And as you were saying it, unstructured data and videos and pictures and those things are getting in became very, very important. For example, there's a huge knowledge is laying inside the email systems of the companies. I mean, when you think about it, that's a great knowledge. Plus, it's pretty safe to assume that those are the right type of information that your employees will need for that. So unstructured data and through AI, understanding that becoming so a lot of companies who thought that they don't have a big data, but they actually do, like on the email systems and document systems, that is becoming quite interesting. So next topic is, how can data science drive innovation in SaaS products and services. And that's one of the things that I tell people. Data science is a new role, but it's becoming very different. People people hired data scientists and like learn data science to be able to do these things. Now through language models, you can do it much easily in the common languages. So how can data science drive innovation in SaaS products and services is an important part. So Chris, let's start with you.
Well, this is a big topic, a very big umbrella. Well, so first, I think that I might have a subtly different view in that I actually think it's the data that will become more important. So for example, if we analyze discounting behavior over 40 years, nobody else has that data. So what we would be able to do with that and apply knowledge and AI to is very different. For example, if I'm the Mayo Clinic and I have biopsy scans and all the way back from the 1900s, that puts them in a very, very, very unique position. If I'm the New York Times and I digitize or apply AI to that and I can chat and research with some bot, those are all things that to me will be distinguished. And of course, what's happening is we're blurring the lines between the data and the algorithm that is operating on that. And I just want to point out that there's also there's more than just LLMs, right? There's more than just language models. There's chaining and object detection. There's all kinds of stuff that we can apply here inside of our business models. And I think the more that we can be less point solutions as a SaaS player and more garnering data from our clients with the appropriate permission levels is the more that we're going to be able to distinguish and apply that AI learning. Just something as simple as like what Boaz said with digitizing contracts and things like that. Some companies' repository of those contracts and learnings are just going to be fundamentally different from their competitors. And so I think they'll bring out new insights. And in summary, I think what we're really talking about is monetizing a third layer of intellectual property. So layer number one is we're looking at how do we get value from our features. Layer number two is we're looking at how to get that same value inside of a service. Traditional T&M models, I can't charge Murat you at $10,000 an hour, even though I know you're worth it, because nobody's going to pay that for the hour. And so when we look at services, though, there's a heck of a lot of intellectual property that gets delivered. For example, an enterprise architect for all of these systems at scale is going to answer questions and provide a lot of value, and you're not going to get paid for that fairly on an hourly basis. And so that second layer of services, now we bring online the third layer, and that's insights, which just says, how do I express the output of the algorithm running on the data for insights that I can charge? So for example, we have a customer that's a recruiting customer. They know that if you're trying to hire an enterprise architect, for example, in Charlotte, you can't get them. I know them all by name, and they're all coupled up and paid handsomely. But if you were to advertise to somebody that is out of state, has kids, not currently looking for a job, and went to college in North Carolina, they're 4 times more likely to move back to their college hometown and go through all of that disruption. And that's an insight that they were able to glean prior to AI, but just analyzing customer environments and doing your standard analytics. And so I think that insights layer is going to become incredible.
Yes, definitely. So Baz, what's your comment about the data science driving the innovation?
Yeah, so a few things that I see coming up and starting to come up more. So a couple of things is that maybe there is a new type of profession coming up, and that is AI pilot. So there are a lot of co-pilots around, various different solutions that you can implement today using the various different types of foundation models and other things that are coming out. The reality is not everyone can actually activate those and understand how they work and operate those. Some of these things are around, what can you do with vision? What can you do with large language models? What can you do with other things? And what can you do with higher level solutions that are now being created? So AI pilots is one thing. I think that's probably going to be, and if you look at YouTube, there are lots of new AI pilots that present the new innovations. There's just so many of these, and just being able to stay on top of that and being able to pilot these types of solutions is one big profession that I think will come out from some people who are data scientists. The other thing is, it's very critical thing, and I think Chris mentioned that as well, the uniqueness of data that some companies have. So now you've got foundation models and other solutions like that. How do you take the unique data set that you have with the mission that your customers need you to get them to, and create a solution that is really good for that? So uniqueness of data, well, we sometimes call that fine tuning, or actually creating solutions out of unique data that you have. And another part that I actually am very concerned about is security and safety. Security and safety, if we're talking about deep fakes, if we're talking about the fact that, and Chris mentioned that, sometimes you feel like you're talking to a person, and that's going to even become more and more difficult. Deep fakes, people that call you with voices that are known to you and things like that. How do we invest kind of an arms race on that side? Is how do we defend ourselves on the security and safety side when the foundation models are becoming more and more accessible to bad actors as well? So I think these areas are going to see quite a lot of effort.
Ramke?
Yeah, it's interesting, Boaz, you mentioned, and Chris, you mentioned the fakeness of this. I tell you, in my team, somebody received a realistic voicemail with, if you listen to it, you don't know that it came from the person or not. Okay, it just was made up. Fortunately, they made a mistake in that voicemail, some words, and that's why, we were able to detect what was wrong with it. But that's a reality today. You can really, really mimic and take that. So it's a real situation that's happened. And what I'm seeing based on these, right? When we look at the data science as an innovation, to your point, whereas pilot is becoming very much of a normal thing in established, especially in a mid-sized established companies and large companies, they want to do pilot because too many things are hit on them, whether it will work. And so they really have to do some kind of a proof of concept or a pilot so they can see it and then roll it out. The third point that we also seeing is the structured and unstructured data we are talking about it. What happens is there's too much of data. So when you are trying to look at them and extract the real useful, comprehensible information, it's very hard because there'll be 5 possible things that you can do for a given problem, but only few of them really had worked because things are never constant. Things change over time. What worked 6 or 7 months ago may not work now. How do you know? So just because it worked, you can't keep repeating. That's what you do because things have changed. Your supplies may have changed. The software has changed. Your versions have changed. How do you really detect these things? So detecting the right one, innovating in that is extremely important, so that you don't hit with too many of them, and really a few of them which are extremely useful.
Yeah. So I think it's very good points in there that's saying, I think we need data science to point to the right data with the right information and help to innovate from that perspective. So with that, let's look at what ethical considerations should SaaS companies keep in mind when utilizing AI and big data. And top of my mind, for example, is the case that New York raised against ChatGPT and Microsoft about training their models based on their content. So I would like to hear from other ethical issues that you are seeing. Plus, what do you think about this training on the different models? For example, I know it used to be the case. I know they changed their licenses, but Salesforce used to own all the data. Even and they said they could use it. Should SaaS companies be able to train their artificial intelligence on everybody's data? Let's start with Bias on this.
Yeah, so let's start with, first of all, some of the ethical challenges, and those are quite significant. What is the root of this problem is, let's say till now or till a year ago, if you were maybe an attorney or a CPA, you would write some blogs that had your intellectual property in them or your knowledge in that. The goal for you writing a blog on your website was to attract people to your business and understand that this knowledge is yours. And suddenly you might have some large language models that was trained on your website with no permission, now spitting out knowledge that is based on your knowledge without any kind of attribution. So one thing is, we need to there has to be some legislation that figures out how this should be working. Do I allow someone to train data on my blog post? And if so, what kind of attribution and what kind of monetary reward do we make in that? So something needs to happen there. And I think that we are in early days, same as like we used to be in the Napster days before Apple came in and figured out how to do this legally and ethically. So that's one. The second thing is, in the SaaS world, it brings in an additional factor. In the past, when we looked at open source, you would look at the open source that is not AI, you would look at the license, and based on the license, you would have a review with a legal team to make sure that you absolutely can use that. Today, when you look at models, especially in the open source side, you need to ask two questions. What is the license term of the actual software that you're taking? But the second thing is, what was it trained on? Was it trained ethically and legally? Are you going to get yourself into trouble when you use that because it was trained unethically? So, and this is very important. There are lots of legal implication on these things, and we'll have to see how things pan out. But I'm sure that this is something that will not be a free for all, and you can just pick up whatever you want. And we'll be very careful, all of us, and I'm sure we're very careful about what you pick up and what you use to make sure that it was ethically obtained. The last thing is, perhaps there could be an additional factors when you provide reasonable attribution to content that you've created training on. But again, it has to come with explicit permission. Think about maybe robot.txt style solutions where only website that have or data that has specific information that is associated with the permission can be used for training, and if so, how do they get paid and so forth, things like that. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Thank you, Bas. And I think you summarized it very well. But Chris, what are the additional stuff here?
Well, there's this concept in anthropology and research where I think, imagine we're going to create a robot and you can sort of like go top down, like you give it everything you possibly can give it, and then you start culling the list and then you try to get it to perform, versus a lot of the anthropological techniques are more to build, pieces, parts, and sort of evolve it from the ground up. So take a simple example, like I want a target list of 100 instead of starting with a list of 5,000 and trying to get down to 100. It's better to take a dozen that you think match and expand it to 100. And I think of the language models that first came out with ChatGPT as hugely problematic in this regard. I don't know what the courts will ultimately decide, but we do have copyright law, and I know we have gaps, and I know that we're behind. But like Boaz mentioned with attribution, there is this concept in mobile app tracking where we line up the who showed you the impression, who showed who clicked, and then who did the install, and then who actually started using the software. And the concept in that industry is the first one in gets paid for the install, everything else. But attribution engines sort of came out and said, hey, wait a minute, there's more than one player here, and we can start to maybe share the revenue a bit. So I think you are going to be hard pressed to argue that what is out there and has been trained was ripe for the picking, and therefore, chat GPTs of the world are going to get off the hook in some way. I think this is going to haunt them for quite a while, and I think there's going to be a lot of litigation, and not just litigation by the bigger players like New York Times. I think litigation by just smaller players also. For specifically reasons like I mentioned, like, hey, I had an article and it was transcribed and explained in Bard, and then it was attributed to somebody else. And so when we now look at the Bing engine, which is ChatGPT under the hood, I think they do an admirable job of attribution. It's actually really nicely expressed. You ask a question and it kind of like hyperlinks where it came from, and at least you know the source. And so my biggest worry is you go into an engine, you ask a question, no attribution, no sourcing, and now we have a huge problem because the models are far from 100% accurate right now. Now, this is not just happening in blogging. This is music. This is art. Hollywood. I can, deep fakes. It's across the board on every expression of our creativity that should, at least where we were born here in America, should belong to us with a built-in copyright if you create it. I do think that there's also a social cost. Training large-scale models on everything. I think we all know what we're super afraid of that our kids will get into on the internet. And the social cost of training those things means that human beings have to plug in and say, hey, this is really nasty stuff. Let's get it out. This is really bad stuff. Let's get it out. So when you do this big top-down approach, it is evolving very quickly. But I worry about the social cost of the human individuals who are behind the scenes training these models, reading all this garbage and trying to get it out of the model. And then finally, I think what I already see is happening, and I think this will continue, is with every advent of a new innovation like this, you're going to see the AI models, not just the LLMs, but others, move into that infrastructure layer as the cost drops, which is basically an enabler. Now, instead of differentiating by me saying, hey, I hired a bunch of data scientists to create this AI model, we now all have access to it. Now the data is going to come forward and help us differentiate. But that the ethics question, which was the source of your question, is also an ethical question. Pricing is about ethics. How are you going to treat customers the same? Am I going to charge Murat 10 times as much as I charge Ram because Murat's in a hurry? This ethical question goes back to Boaz's comment in the beginning, which is we're way behind on the regulations of this stuff. And I don't know how it's going to evolve yet. It's going to depend on, this whole thing could take a radical shift pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's so true. I think we're behind on those. And Ramki, what's your comments on this?
Yeah, it's interesting, Murat. You started with that Salesforce example, and as a SaaS provider, I think there are two sides to the coin, right? On one side, you are working with multiple different customer data, and customers want to make sure this is if you look at our policies, our privacy policies, data policies, this was one of the things that we had to be extremely specific because of all the different things that are happening now. The customers want to know, hey, you're not going to use my data and learn from it and use it in a similar type in other places, right? So it's got to be which one is common and which one is extremely specific. For a SaaS company, that is on one side from the customer. The second side is on the model side, right? If you are using a model which is already trained on something, those models, when you are using, you have to be very watchful of the contract language in there. Can they use the information as you use those prompt engineering, as you use them? How do you know that that data is not getting there and gets retrained on those, right? Yeah. So you have to be watchful of those. Say you think you're protecting your customer, you may be inadvertently not protecting the customer data because on the other hand, you're sharing.
Yes.
So having an LLM on your, Chris, we're talking about on-prem and everything. The cost is extremely, you're running a few GPUs, you're talking about several $100,000 of cost. And, where is the borderline where it comes from this and that? So you have to give the flexibility and then make sure in whatever way it is the data is protected. And the second point that I think it's just, I think more commonly, at least with the commercial side of it, right, not on the open side, we are doing, and a lot of other people are doing, using retrieval augmented methods, so that at least you can tell why, when you say some answers, you have to be able to prove that it is explainable and where it is coming from. And that gives the confidence, I think, because you were talking about the Bing story. So I think when you have those things, right, as long as those things can be truthful and validated, it comes out very good. So having all of these things, one has to be cognizant. As a SaaS provider, you have to think your customer data, where you are getting it from, and make sure whatever you give, we explain to them.
I think that's a very good challenge for SaaS companies. It's going to be, we're going to see what's happening. We have about like 5 minutes left. So I want to ask one of the biggest challenges in all the new all the new advancements in the world. What skills will the most in demand for professionals in the SaaS sector as it evolves into this big data, machine learning, AI, and etc.? And let's start with Chris.
The most on-demand skills. So, with this advent of what I would refer to as a new component of the infrastructure, albeit an incredibly expensive component right now. Look, software is going to get more complicated, and I live in a world where the deployment of that software in just the way in which we talk buyers and sellers is very dysfunctional. And now we're going to add on top all these new capabilities and complexity. And we live in a world where salespeople take a long time to onboard for just the capability set, let alone then your blocking and tackling of your sales process and other stuff. And now we're going to layer on this AI stuff. And oh, by the way, at the end of the day, they need to be able to like figure out a price really quick, give you a range, and are we going to do a pilot or a full scale rollout? Here's what that looks like. And I need to be comfortable talking about money. But I think that one of the seriously broken and dysfunctional components is that sales layer, not because salespeople are inept, but rather because we fail to equip them with everything they need for the efficient deployment of that technology into the ecosystem of our customers. And so if you ask me what I think one of the most valuable skills will be, is especially giving screen time to my 10 and 7-year-old and focusing on reading is communication, being able to describe this stuff in English, and being able to kind of do just the basic blocking and tackling. And I fear that all this great technology and all this mired in the muck of the dysfunctionalism and the inefficiency of the market as it sits today is going to start to grind to a halt. And then if you combine that with some of these crazy articles about, hey, charge for some aspect of usage, and now the buyer is struck with $1 million bill one month and a $200,000 bill in another month, and it just, I think there's a really big play to be had for tomorrow's salesperson.
All right, Ramki, what's your opinion about the skills we are missing?
Just 2 words, right? We should stop becoming tool jockeys, start making sure that we deliberate thinking, because it's always a probabilistic world, which never, it's always between 0 and 1. So whatever tool you use, you will get some results. Just because you get the result doesn't mean it's right. So, and I it has to be a culture from get-go, right? Whether a data scientist should not be trained, because they all get trained on tools. Tools would work and you will see some result, doesn't mean it's right. So it's very important to know don't be tool jockeys, always do thinking, even as a user of any of these things at every level.
Yeah, thank you. That's so true, Ramki. And Boaz?
So everything that Ramki and Chris mentioned, I'll add to that. Adaptability and curiosity, very important skill set, because adaptability is, now the pace of change is increasing. You need to be able to figure out what is changing and adapt to it. Curiosity is making sure that you are curious enough to make sure that this is something that you want to learn, you want to understand. But at the same time, as Ramki mentioned, is that at the end of the day, you need to pick something and build on top of it so you bring value to your customers. It's a tough job, The tool set is huge. It's growing day in, day out. The options grow day in, day out in terms of what you can use and what you can do with things. It is a matter of picking out the right solution that will do the job for the customers, going out to market quickly and solving the customer problem. Ethically, legally, and maintaining the trust of your customers with their data, which is critical.
Great summary of all these things. Thank you very much. And I just want to add one thing is my favorite futurist, Alvin Toffler. The quote that I use quite a lot lately, especially on this, he said this in very early, towards the end of the 20th century. The illiterate of 21st century will be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I think that's an important part, as you know, we need to unlearn certain stuff and relearn and find the right tools and find the right answers for it. And I think that's going to be the biggest skills that we should be looking at the people. Can they unlearn and relearn same things? Well, Baz, Ramki, Chris, thank you very much for joining this panel. And thank you very much for Glorium Technologies to host this event. I think we have plenty of information, and I'm looking forward to be able to digest all of it and some of the homeworks Chris gave during this presentation. And looking forward to working with all of you in different situations and different areas. And thank you again, and thank you, Glorium Technologies. Thank you, Andrei, for hosting this event.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you all. It's one pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.